All right. I think we're ready to go. So in this session organized by FAO on energy smart agri-food systems for climate action. So welcome everyone. This is a really magnificent location here, and I'm happy you all found the meeting room. It's not so easy, so congratulations. But yeah, so at this forum, of course, we're focusing today and tomorrow on energy and climate issues, right? So the question is then, why do we need to put food into the equation? And I'm sure all of you are, aware of why, because that's why you came to this session, because you feel it's important. But just to go back to some of the basics. So 1/3 of global GHG emissions stem from agri-food systems, right? So obviously we need to reduce these emissions somehow. So that's one part of the challenge. On the other hand, we also need to ensure that we can feed a growing global population, which is already challenging today to make sure that everyone has access to affordable food and the sufficient nutrition. But we're looking at projections are by 2050 a global population of almost 10 billion, which will have to be fed. So we need to decrease emissions and increase outputs of the agri-food systems. How do we do this? Well, obviously we need to have a fundamental transformation of agri-food systems. And here energy is key. And just one stat, 33% of the emissions from the agri-food systems are from energy use, right? So we need to ensure that the energy used in agri-food systems is clean and that it's used efficiently. But we also need to ensure that agri-food systems have energy available in order to produce effectively and to guarantee that we can feed a growing global population. So it's also a question about ensuring energy access and doing that through means of applying clean energy sources. And just to sort of come full circle a bit with these energy, food, and climate. Energy and food also obviously, they don't just impact climate with the emissions, but also climate has very detrimental effects already today, climate change on energy and food systems. So the three of them are very strongly interlinked. But that's also a chance, because if we apply a solution in one of these areas, then if we do it right, we can also reap some benefits in the other two areas. And this is exactly the type of solutions that we should be talking about and that we want to talk about today. And we will hear about various approaches from the distinguished panelists that we will get to listen to today. So this panel discussion is an opportunity to exchange lessons learned and good practices to stimulate innovation and cooperation. We want to identify opportunities and challenges which could facilitate also a roadmap for action towards innovative transformation of agri-food systems and related green energy solutions. So from the side of UN Energy Secretariat, so I work at the UN Energy Secretariat, I just quickly take the opportunity to highlight that we are working together with the various UN agencies who are the members of UN Energy on the ground to exactly increase coordination in order to increase the co-benefits that we get from the various projects, such as with the food sector, energy, food interlinkages. And of course, FAO and UNIDO are at the heart of this. And both FAO and UNIDO also have created energy compacts, which underline their ambition and work in these areas. And if you want to hear more about the energy compacts, a little bit of self-advertisement tomorrow at the same time, on the main stage, we will be talking about the energy compacts. But today, we will be hearing from our panelists about local innovation in sustainable agri-food systems, on co-benefits of these actions, especially in terms of climate co-benefits and livelihoods, about the barriers encountered and what changes are needed to enabling environment to scale up these systems, about the roles of cultures and policies, and also what the financial and social requirements are, and about how nuclear-derived technologies can be scaled up in agri-food systems. So this brings me then to the panelists, and it's my great pleasure to introduce them at the start. So I would start with Ms. Ute Koyer, who is the Acting Director of Knowledge, Policy and Finance Center at IRENA in Abu Dhabi, and she's responsible for IRENA's work on policy, markets and finance for the energy transition. Before joining IRENA, she was head of Energy at Practical Action, and she held positions at the IEA and the UK's Climate Change Committee. Then we also have here Ms. Christina Skirka, who is the CEO of Power for All, leading a global campaign with over 300 partners to hasten the end of energy poverty through boosting the adoption of decentralized renewable energy. She also serves on the technical advisory group for SDG 7 for the UN, which I can attest to personally, and with very valuable inputs. And she has a career spanning over 20 years in the energy sector. Joining us online, hopefully, we're experiencing some technical difficulties, but hopefully joining us online will be Mr. Brian Isambrie, who is the Commissioner for Renewable Energy at the Ministry of Energy and Minerals Development of Uganda. Then here, back to the room, we also have Mr. Fred Kongongongo, who is a project manager at UNIDO Agribusiness and Infrastructure Development Division here in Vienna. And he supports smallholder farmers to adopt sustainable energy and post-harvest management solutions, and particularly his initiative in Sudan to improve livelihoods and nutrition security with special attention towards women was recognized by the UN as one of the SDG best practices. And then we also have here Mr. Mohamed Saman, who is a soil scientist and plant nutritionist at the International Atomic Energy Agency. And he has 32 years of professional life in several public and private organizations, including fertilizer industry. And he has developed climate-smart agricultural practices using nuclear and isotopic techniques, which contributed to 15 success stories in different member states. And finally, Mr. Xiaohai Xu is the co-founder and chief operating officer at Lucky Elephant Solar, where he has the leading role to focus on delivering sustainable solutions through technology and practical actions. Before, he co-founded Lixon Renewable Energy, a company dedicated to developing lithium battery solutions. Now, as you see, plenty of expertise we can count on for this discussion today. But to kick us off, it's my great pleasure to introduce Ms. Maria Michela Morese, who is Senior Natural Resource Officer at the FAO and who will be providing a keynote for us. She works at the Office of Climate Change, Biodiversity and Environment, is also the energy team leader, and she has over 20 years of experience working on climate change, environment and bioenergy, and of course energy smart agri-food systems. So with that, Michaela, please. And,
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. So thank you, Martin, for this overview, and a big thank you to all participants for your participation and your interest in the thematic area of the session that we will have today. And you may have seen from the overview of the speakers that we will have a very variety, vast variety of case studies and good examples to be heard. With this presentation, I would like to give you an overview of, of how energy, agriculture, and climate are strictly interconnected. All the speeches and interventions in the plenary are very much into the lines, are facilitating my job in giving this presentation. But of course, the more we go into the details also of looking at examples, concrete examples and numbers, because of course this gives us an idea of the magnitude of how energy, green, sustainable, modern energy could contribute in terms of agri-food systems and in terms of climate action. All right, so as I mentioned before, food security, energy security, and climate are are very much interconnected. So we know that agri-food systems need energy at each step of the value chain. So on the right side, you have, so here you have an example of the value chain, and you see that agriculture and food security is connected to energy because we need energy at each step of the agricultural value chain, of the agri-food value chain. But we also know that the use of energy, sometimes unsustainable, affects in terms of climate change, which is affecting back again to agriculture. So it's a circle, unfortunately, in the sense that if we green up and make it more sustainable, all the circle will be virtuous. We know that 30% of the world energy is used in agri-food systems. And we know that 31% of total GHG emissions are due to this amount of energy used in agri-food systems. So it's an important component, the energy in terms of use and in terms of emissions when connected to agri-food systems. And 70% of the emissions connected to energy occur after the farm gate. So up until here is 30% of the emissions due to the use of energy, 70% is here. This means that it gives us an idea of where we need to intervene. When it's needed to intervene most. And of course, if we think about this in a general overview of the fact that by 2050, the global population is expected to increase by, reaching almost 10 billion people by 2050, it means that this increased number of population will need food, water, and energy. And it means that we need to, as it was mentioned today in the plenary, we need to do more using less. So we need to make it more and more efficient. And in this, agriculture could be part of the solution. We need to make sure that agriculture becomes part of the solution, because agriculture is at the basis of the, of the global livelihood, and we need to work on agriculture very much. As FAO, we look at energy applied to agri-food systems at 360 degrees. So we look at the energy for agriculture, that's the case of wind or solar, which is used as an energy, as a power for the agri-food systems. We look at the energy from agriculture, so from residues, biomass, and of course, last but certainly not least, we look at the efficiency and at the sustainability throughout the agriculture value chain. We said that energy, agriculture, and climate are strictly interconnected, and energy, nutrition, and climate and emissions are strictly interconnected as well. And of course, if we make sure that the production of food that we have is not wasted, we tend to make best use of the production that we have. So we know that today around 3 billion people can't afford a healthy diet. And this is also connected to the fact that a third of what is produced in terms of food is lost, is wasted. And most of these loss and waste is due to the fact that we don't have good refrigeration systems, for example. This means that energy-smart solutions at each step of the value chain can make food more accessible, keep it fresh and nutritious, so also for food security and nutrition purposes, keep it fresh for longer time, and of course reduce food loss and waste, and all the related emissions. Exactly the same points that I did before. Agriculture, agri-food systems, energy used, a lot of emissions, and we need to intervene there in order to make sure that we reduce emissions in order to get more with less. So sustainable food cold chain, refrigeration systems throughout the agri-food value chain is one kind of approach that would reduce food loss and waste and all the related emissions that I mentioned. And in this case, we developed a report and also an animated video that I would like to show in a couple of minutes on the importance of cold chain in terms of sustainable food and food security and nutrition. In addition to this, we also have developed as FAO, and in connection with the Global Bioenergy Partnership, we have also developed a literature review collecting all good examples of bioenergy approach that could be positive in terms of nutrition security. And that's the case, for example, of byproducts like biochar from gasification or digestate from biogas, digester, put into the soil in order to put nutrients into the soil that comes back as a nutrient into the food. And this is the video that I will show in a second. But in the meantime, just to give you an overview, I mean, from FAO headquarters, we are working throughout the globe with many projects and programs that goes from bioenergy potential, from various residues, from hazelnut rather than pig waste, pig manure, rather than post-harvest to reduce organic waste, and improved cold storage units to reduce post-harvest losses. You know, all the potential assessment in Zambia and Rwanda. Important, for example, in India, we've been working in order to look at the potential of rice straw that instead of being burnt into the soil could be used as a biomass feedstock, of course. And so in this case, we studied the establishment of a whole value chain in order to make sure that instead of considering rice straw as a waste, it's considered as a resource, as it is the case, of course. And cold chain as well is another important thematic area that we work on a lot. In addition to this, the FAO headquarters in Rome also host the secretariat of a long-lasting international initiative, which is the Global Bioenergy Partnership, that brings together now more or less 90 between governments and international organizations, focusing on how to facilitate a sustainable development of bioenergy. So just a few numbers, just to give you an idea of the magnitude and facts and figures from a number of case studies that we've done. So for example, Rwanda and Zambia, that I mentioned also before. So in this case, agriculture, just by using agricultural waste and residues, could give access to clean cooking fuels to 12% more households in Zambia and 33% more households in Rwanda. It's quite a lot, just by using existing waste and residues from agriculture. Cold chain, the report. So this is something that gives really a magnitude of the case, of the situation. So lack of effective refrigeration directly results in the loss of 526 million tons of food production, which is 12% of the global total production of food. It's a lot. So, for example, if food loss would be a country, it will be the third emitter in the world. It's a lot. this gives, again, an idea of where we need to concentrate our attention in terms of reducing emissions and making it more sustainable. India, exactly what I mentioned before. So the use of rice straw as a resource, not as a residue, not as a waste. And how the current, even just using the 30% of the currently burned rice straw could contribute to all these national targets, which is a lot, really. Azerbaijan, just less than 2 million investment in the hazelnut value chain in the country could contribute to produce chocolate briquette, and instead of using gas, which would mean about saving 42,000 tons of CO2 equivalent every year. Uzbekistan, it's the same. I mean, just a study in 3 regions for value chain with there is a potential to reduce 110,000 tons CO2 equivalent per year. Vietnam and Paraguay, it's the same. We applied the GBEP indicators. There are GBEP sustainability indicators to measure the performances, environmental, social, and economic, of each value chain in a country. And in this case, in Vietnam, for example, there is a potential of GHG emission reduction compared to diesel of 38% by using cassava-based ethanol and 42% by using biogas from pig manure. Same in Paraguay, but 40% using sugarcane-based ethanol. And in both cases, these feedstock would not have, I mean, from the study that we've done, from the application that we've done, would not have an impact in food security because those feedstock are not valued, let's say, in the country in terms of food resources. This means that pursuing SDG 7 would be complementary and the means to go through and pursue all the other SDGs, because SDG 7, achieving SDG 7 is very cross-cutting to each and every one of the other 16 SDGs, in addition to the SDG 7, which is on energy. Now, it's a couple of minutes video. It's on, as I mentioned before, it's very, it's very immediate as a message, and the importance of cold chain in order to make food value chains more and more sustainable. Let's see if it goes. No, then I go back. It's the turn of technicians. Thank you so much. No problem. And while it goes, I will mention that this report, the report and the animated video was developed by FAO in collaboration with UNEP, with the Italian Ministry for the Environment, and it's also a contribution to the Montreal Protocol. So it's connected to also the Montreal Protocol, as you can imagine, because it's connected to refrigeration systems. Just give us a second.
Every year, we produce more than enough food to feed everyone on the planet. So why are millions of people still going to bed hungry, and millions of small-scale farmers still living in poverty? While the reasons are complex, one of the many critical issues to be addressed is food loss and waste. Around 14% of food is lost before it reaches consumers, while 17% is wasted at consumer level every year. This also means less income for farmers and fewer opportunities to improve livelihoods. Where is it all going wrong? One reason is the lack of effective cold chains, which in simple terms means keeping food fresh from farm to fork. Perishable foods must be kept in a cool, temperature-controlled environment throughout the journey from production, aggregation and storage, processing, marketing and distribution, all the way to our plates. This temperature-controlled supply chain of food is called the food cold chain. But cooling technologies can consume a lot of electricity, still largely generated from fossil fuels. Some continue to use ozone-depleting substances, ODSs, or hydrofluorocarbons, HFCs, which are powerful greenhouse gases. Today, cold chains contribute towards around 4% of global GHG emissions, which impact climate change and food production. Lack of access to food cold chains impacts food security, livelihoods, and limits access to markets. Without sustainable cooling solutions, our health, food, and livelihoods are at risk. So what's being done to improve the food cold chain? In 1987, nations came together to sign the Montreal Protocol to help save the ozone layer. This involved phasing out ODSs in various sectors, including cooling technologies. Under its Kigali Amendment, nations committed to phasing down HFCs while also addressing energy efficiency issues. And in 2019, the Rome Declaration called on governments, organizations, and private initiatives to collaborate on building sustainable food cold chain solutions. FAO and UNEP believe this can be achieved by improving access to energy for cooling along the food value chain, developing and gathering data, improving technical capacity, updating policies, implementing efficiency improvements, and financing new business models for upscaling. Sustainable food cold chains will help us work towards the SDGs by creating a healthier planet, supporting farmers and fishers' livelihoods, and ensuring more nutritious food reaches everyone's plates.
Thank you very much. And I hope that this overview has given you, some food for thought
Wie
that will
lange
be then,
wird es dauern,
integrated into the discussion of the next panel discussion. So over to Martin for the follow-up. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Michaela, for this excellent presentation to get us started. Personally, I think the map was very interesting because not only does it show the geographic scope of FAO's work, but it also shows very clearly the diversity of actions that we need to apply, right, in order to get agri-food systems energy smart in support of climate action. And the good thing is you'll also hear a diversity of such approaches and applications from our panelists today. And I would like to start with IRENA. Ute Collier from IRENA. IRENA is, of course, a global authoritative voice on renewable energy and that's based on excellent analytical work, which Ute is really at the middle of. She, as mentioned in the beginning, she's the acting Director of Knowledge, Policy and Finance, the Finance Center at IRENA. Over to you, Ute.
Thank you. Great, we got the right slides. So, okay, renewables, or let's put it, why are we at IRENA interested in agriculture? Now, you'll probably see us pop up a lot at the moment in relation to COP28. Just this week with the incoming presidency and the Global Renewables Alliance, we launched this new initiative to get pledges for tripling renewables, which is all the big capacity stuff. We're saying we need 11 gigawatts by 2030. And of course, in agriculture, a lot of these applications are actually relatively small scale. But, we've already heard from Michaela some of the issues in terms of course, how it all adds up in the whole agri-food chain in terms of emissions. But then also this big issue of the lack of energy access and how that impacts on livelihoods. And in the end, we're not a UN organization, but we are an energy agency that has 167 member states. And of course, a lot of them are developing countries. And for them, it's an absolutely fundamental issue. And we always want to remind people that it's all great to talk about, you know, tripling renewables, this and that, the energy transition. But as we heard from Damilola earlier on, in countries like Africa, there's nothing to transition from in the energy sector. We actually need to get the energy to people. And of course, tomorrow we'll be talking, I see Carlos here, there is another event where we'll be talking about productive use in agriculture, Gokla, SNV, etc. So please come to that as well. It's clearly an area where renewables can play an important role. So we've already heard about the issue that we can meet all the SDGs. For us, it's really an important issue in addition to the other work we do on renewables. We've done a fair amount of work. Of course, there is this seminal joint report we did with FAO in 2021. So anything you want to know about renewables in agri-food systems, please download the report you see there in the middle. We've done a number of other things, specifically on heating and cooling in Southeast Asia. You know, obviously this is not just about electricity. We've also been looking at agri-food value chains in places like the Hindu Kush, Himalaya. And in fact, we did have an energy compact together with FAO on doing more of these value chains assessment. But honestly, it's very, very difficult to get the funding for these kind of things. So again, it sort of reminds us what Damilola said early on. The money is just lacking, especially for some of these things in the least developed countries. We do also do a lot of work on geothermal, which has some very good applications in agriculture, both in the developing world and in the developed world here in Europe. It's quite a big thing in the Netherlands, for example. In my last couple of minutes, I just want to talk a bit about an initiative we are launching at COP28. Because in all of this work, of course, we've done a lot of identification on barriers and solutions, and you won't be surprised to hear things like siloed policy making and planning, you know, energy departments versus agriculture departments, people not necessarily understanding each other's language, lack of data and information, really a big deal in many of the least developed countries. We're trying to do ourselves quite a lot on that, gathering statistics on things like biogas production and use of biogas for cooking, but it's not easy. So there are a whole load of barriers, and of course what you need in terms of solutions. It's a very integrated approach. This comes from a report we did with the Selco Foundation, specifically on livelihoods. Clearly, it all needs to come together, and it needs to be a kind of needs-based approach. So at COP28, we will launch with the UAE and a number of other partners, and we had a kind of pre-launch a few months ago at the Spain International Renewable Energy Conference, an initiative called Empowering Lives and Livelihoods, which is trying to bring together both the sort of the renewable energy aspects, but also the looking at the climate adaptation aspects. So we've done some preliminary work, we've done some country assessments in places like Guinea and Rwanda. We have had some funding from the UAE. I think we've now managed to get a few more partners in. The idea is that it's eventually a $1 billion initiative, which again, you know, it's not quite enough, but the point is, you know, we need to get more attention to the needs of renewables in agriculture, and bringing it to the COP, I think, is a really potentially very important venue. And the COP doesn't normally talk about agriculture, I think, or water or whatever. So we will be there with our partners. It's trying to bring in all the other important aspects that for inclusivity. It's about agriculture and health, by the way. But yeah, so look out for this initiative, and we will of course have to be working with partners in the countries where we'll be working, so hopefully with some of you. So I will pass back to Martin.
Thank you very much, Ute. And what a great message to bridge over to Christina. So we heard there's not enough money to work in this area. We need more finance for organizations like ARENA and FAO to do projects in order to get agri-food systems energy smart. And ARENA, Christina, sorry, you have an excellent experience, of course, in campaigning and we need your guidance on our messaging and how we can mobilize the actions that are needed. So I hope that is what you were planning to talk about, or at least part of it. Over to you. And of course, as mentioned at the beginning, Christina, CEO of Power for All. Not yet?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. How long do I have?
6 minutes.
6 minutes, okay. Well, first of all, I'm just curious who's in the room. How many of us in the room have actually worked on a farm or a ranch? Okay, that's not bad. I'm going to call that about a fifth of the room. But, you know, I think one of the important things I want to drive home with this conversation, reflecting back on a panel that we actually had a few months ago in Rome at FAO during the Food Systems Summit, alongside our friends at IRENA and FAO, was a discussion about how do we change this trajectory that we're on. And long story short, since I have 6 minutes, Power for All's real focus is on accelerating adoption of decentralized renewable energy, right? So for those who, maybe that sounds like a word salad, that is actually solar rooftops, mini grids, it could be biofueled, different kinds of power, et cetera, and also what people are referring to as productive use equipment, which I think needs a complete rebrand because nobody understands what that means, but effectively it is some of the appliances and mechanization available for farms today. But I guess when we've been working in our campaign, Powering Agriculture, specifically going deep in countries like Uganda and India, as well as Ethiopia, we've come across a couple of pretty significant, but yet very consistent barriers in each country. So one is that level of awareness and trust in what is still a rather nascent and growing market. Now, there's a lot already to be learned from the growth of the rooftop solar market in developing countries, which is, again, is where we focus. But some of those lessons include making sure that there's a strong emphasis on quality, not taking the market with cheap, poorly produced knockoff products that aren't quality certified. So that's one thing that really helps. But when it comes to awareness raising, there's nothing more powerful in the community of agriculture than word of mouth and referrals from those who already work in the space. So many of the efforts we're doing to drive awareness and interest in this category is working with farmers and farmers cooperatives groups to really show on the ground how these products work and that they can be trusted. And I do think that there's a unique moment in time. I mean, obviously with the war against Ukraine, one of the things that happened was a complete disruption of the existing fuel supply chains. So in some ways that was obviously hugely problematic, but it also created an opportunity for renewables-based sector. And so with that, one of the things that happened, for example, in Ethiopia is working with our partners at the Ministry of Lowlands and Irrigation, there was an agreed national ban on diesel-powered water pumps. And when we have moments in time like this where we can actually, as a sector, sort of band together, working in coordination across the ecosystem, it's a huge opportunity. But this sort of last topic around how do we actually get the things that are needed into the hands of farmers? And climate finance was mentioned several times already today, but that's a critical juncture. And the way most farmers access that kind of capital is often through local savings group or through MFIs. So figuring out a way to create more effective partnerships and build trust in the MFI community with these products and services is a big part of something we all can do. I'm sure that is right around 6 minutes, so I'm going to hand it back to Martin.
Thank you very much. Thanks. To be completely honest, I didn't even follow the time because I trust you so much. So our next speaker is Fred, who is a project manager at UNIDO. And Fred has experience how to get things moving on the ground. And so, Fred, please share your knowledge with us.
Yeah, thank you very much. I didn't mention that I'm a semi-retired smallholder farmer, yeah, because I used to, my presentation is already there. We, as UNIDO, we have experience on taking these technologies to the ground, so co-creating solutions with the farmers or with the community that we serve. But for today, I will bring you a case study from Sudan. So I bring you good news from Sudan. As much as there's war there, work is going on, and there are some of the solutions that we've been implementing co-created by them. Because as Powerful was mentioning, most of these renewable energy solutions came from rooftops. So they see them as powering domestic use. So transitioning from domestic use to the farm takes a lot of coalition building and working with the grassroots people, and for the farmers to believe that these solutions also can go and work for them. And we find, I will share with you the process we followed. This is Sudan for people who do not know. And we are implementing, we are implementing on the shaded area. That's where we are implementing in these two states. And where you think, where the war is most is here, and then this part of this area. So this area is where we are implementing, and work is still going on. And everybody is working and life going on, and they're very resilient farmers there. So what I'm going to present to you is the solution that we provided on an existing agro-value chain project. So this project was looking at processing, looking at production and marketing, and then the renewable energy solution for smallholder farmers, and we are looking at access to finance, because finance is needed across all the components. So this is the UNIDO integrated approach. So we look at, because in Sudan, they don't make these panels. They're importers, they're certifiers, they're assemblers, they're distributors, end users, and post-sale services. So we look at all these nodes, and our approach took technical assistance and blended finance, because without finance, then we're just talking to them. So they need to have, and when we were doing our studies, we found that there were programs before us. What they were doing is they are importing these solutions from abroad and distributing to the farmers. And most of them, as soon as the project was ended, they were not of use. So we conducted a socio-economic study in the target area to see what they need, the community assets that they already have, what can we use to build on, and then we identified the renewable energy value chains and technologies that they need. So based on our SDG 9 mandate, we say let's look at these solutions and take to them. And then we conducted capacity building first before even we introduced the energy solution. So there was capacity building at the TVET level, because we had to look at, after we leave, who will take care of these farmers and take care of the technology adoption and all that. So at the TVET level, we did TOT, we identified a TVET there, we built their capacity on this renewable energy, so they become our agents, because they have to use local language, local culture, and all that, so at the TVET level. Then we look at entrepreneurial training for these farmers to start thinking of their farming activity, not for domestic use only, but as a means of livelihood. So we did entrepreneurial training, we do financial literacy. They started recording how they use the income they get from their farm output, so that they can see that they have the money, and this money can be used in a different way. And then we started conducting awareness. So at the TOT teams included also the Ministry of Agriculture there. So they are the ones who are conducting the awareness. I say these are the solutions that are available. So based on these solutions, they selected 2 of them. So the 2 they selected, then we went to the market. Yeah, so when we went to the market, we look at who is there. So we got around 70 of them, and we created a business-to-business opportunity for both the government, the private sector, the farmers, and all that. They came together. So, but before I go to the business-to-business opportunity, these are the barriers that we found. Not all of them, but some of them that I highlight here, because we have so many, we have very few, a few seconds to do that. Of the greatest importance is the finance, but also the psychological barrier, what I call the cultural barrier. Because the farmers, this talk about climate change is really good, but for them, they're looking at solutions. They don't want to listen about climate change. They want something that will give them money, something that will make them have efficient solution on the ground. So the cultural awareness is a great barrier, and the high cost of the initial high cost. If you look at this is a legacy investment of the old technology, the one you see down here. This is a legacy investment. It's an old British colonial investment. This is what they were using for the current irrigation system. Yeah. And then the need there at that time we were implementing is the climate change, of course, but they call it something differently, and the rising fuel cost. Electricity is not available there, and even when it's available, it's very, very expensive. So we selected two products, the dryer and also the pumping. And these were tailor-made to the level of these farmers. So you can go with big ideas, but it's beyond the reach of these farmers. So we go to what they like. So the dryer was for the women, because the women there dry their horticulture. They dry hibiscus, they dry all this, and they use them for home use, but also they use them to sell. So they selected the dryer, the community selected dryer, and then the farmer selected the irrigation system. So then in the TVET, this is the training. This is what they were using for the training. And this is now, we bought a demonstration equipment for them so that they can, for learning, and then for going to the field to demonstrate to the farmers how this works. Actually, some of the farmers could not believe that this can pump water for the whole period of time without the batteries, because the first solutions we're offering for them, not for the storage. We're offering something that they can use and can provide solution for them. So this was demonstration equipment that we provided for the TVET as a means of training, but also to demonstrate using farmer field schools on how they can use them. And then we went to the market now. This is the B2B we organized. Then 70 people, government people also came in, and there was demonstration and bringing all this together. But of the great importance is the financial mechanism. So we worked with the local central bank, the Ministry of Finance, to create a financial mechanism for these farmers to be able to collect, to be able to buy this. We didn't want to donate to these farmers, but we want them to access. So this is how it worked. Before when they were using the diesel engine, this was their cost. Yeah, they're using the old diesel engine, this was their cost. And this we worked together with the community there, and then with the cost of buying the panel they needed to do 4 to 7 hectares of land was around, to supply energy for 4 to 7 hectares of land was about 27,000 USD per year. So with this, we work backwards and prove to the banks that is profitable to give the farmers money to buy this. But farmers were afraid of the banks. So we created a financial ecosystem outside of the banking system where pre-qualifying the farmers. So pre-qualifying them and accompanied by capacity building in terms of preparing their books to be able to be financed by the bank. So outside the banking system, they were able to interact with the financial institutions. The insurers were part of it. The central bank is part of it. And also the Ministry of Finance is the chair of this mechanism that pre-qualify them. And then when they're pre-qualified, then they're accompanied by capacity building in terms of preparing their business plan and how they're going to finance this. And this they've been able to upgrade from this. This is very, actually still working, but I've been able to upgrade from this into this. Before the war started, we wanted to upgrade now. So around 53 farmers have adapted this. Some individual farmers are able to buy this, and they'll be able to save money within a very few months. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Fred. And I think one of the things that I took from this presentation was just the complex situation, right, with on the ground, with the cultural factors, the finance, looking at the technology and the economics, etc., and taking this holistic approach to making it all come together and work out. So very, very interesting what UNIDO is doing there. Our next speaker is from the International Atomic Energy Agency. Now, I think most people, when they hear nuclear energy, they tend to think about power generation, right? I think that's sort of the natural association we make. But of course, nuclear is much more, and nuclear applications play a strong role also on agri-food systems. And Mohammed will tell us a lot more about this.
Okay, before I start my presentation, I would like to sip some water. And I did it on purpose because most of the time people think that IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency, is a nuclear watchdog. It's not. It's not only the nuclear watchdog, but it's doing a lot of good things using nuclear science and technology. And that nuclear science and technology means the water which I drink contain isotopes, oxygen 18 and deuterium. The air which we are breathing in this air contain N15 and carbon 13. So there is no threat, to the welfare or to the safety of the human being. This is, isotopes and nuclear science is part of our daily life. This is the key message I want to convey. And then, using these isotopic and nuclear techniques, we can provide or we can collect precise data which help us in guiding, which help us in better management. And that's where, okay, let's come to the topic of the other one that, okay, within the IAEA, I'm from the joint FAO IAE Center. So that means we are not only focusing on food security. Our aim is to enhance the food security, minimize land degradation, mitigate greenhouse gases using isotopic and nuclear techniques. And today I'm going to talk about this one, that, okay, normally people think that agriculture is the victim of climate change. It's true, because more than 25% of the greenhouse gases come from agriculture and land uses. But at the same time, it's the source. And that source means, in English, we always say that, if you are not part of the solution, then you are part of the problem. But my colleague, Michaela from from FAO clearly mentioned that, okay, if we use agriculture smartly, then it can be a solution too. So, and I'm not going to go into more details like carbon sequestration. That's the only clean and green, source of sequestering carbon, capturing carbon from the atmosphere and storing it in the soil if we take the right direction in the right steps. So, why these greenhouse gases are increasing? Because, it's every time when we go from one socioeconomic class to another, our food pattern change, our food demand change. People switch into more protein, animal protein. And that means eating one ice cream a day means putting a lot of pressure on those countries which are producing dairy products. Similarly, good food always comes from good soil. And we need good management practices and good nutrient management practices. But without adding fertilizer, feeding the hungry population today is a dream, which will never come true. So that's why, worldwide, 120 million tons of nitrogen fertilizer. And then, on top of that, 260 million dairy cows, which are dumping a lot of urine and feces. Like, for example, if you look at New Zealand situation, on per capita basis, New Zealand is the most polluting country. Why? Because of the open grazing system. So, and that's where I come from. Then, the conversion of the peatland into farming, mostly in Africa and Asia. So these are some of the key factors which are accelerating the emission of greenhouse gases. Sorry, it's going this way? A green one, okay. The big green. Okay. Now, so what is the solution? Because, greenhouse gas are emitting, we are polluting our environment. So the only, to feed the 10 billion people by 2050, currently 829 million people go to bed hungry. And then by 2050, we will have extra 2 billion people. At the same time, we are losing our natural resources, land and water, at alarming rate. The only way to switch to climate-smart agriculture practices. And in climate-smart agriculture practices means that, okay, we not only increase the production of the major food security crops with less inputs, but at the same time, we need to decrease or mitigate the emission of greenhouse gases and making soil more resilient against climate change such as drought, flooding, and unexpected weather pattern. So let me just share with you that, okay, in the IAEA, through the joint FAO-IAE Center, we are helping our member states. And here are some of the key results. That in one of the CRP, which I led, so Brazil, Bangladesh, China, Costa Rica, Chile, Iran, and Pakistan, we developed climate-smart agriculture practices which contributed to more than 50% of the greenhouse gas emission from agriculture, at the same time increase the crop production in those countries. Until 2013, every single scientist believed that nitrous oxide, which is the most powerful greenhouse gas, come only from nitrification and denitrification. That's why most of the mitigation options were focused on nitrification level. There was no such things. But with the help of the nuclear techniques, such as N15, we identified two major microbial processes which are contributing more. And similarly, with the help of my counterparts from Brazil, we developed a very effective, robust, and cheap method of measuring ammonia volatilization, which we call $1. So all you need to do is to cut the bottom of the Coke or any other fizzy drinks, and then install that as a chamber and measure the greenhouse gases of ammonia, which does not require any energy or any solar panel. Here, land degradation. Unfortunately, 80% of the degraded land is found in the developing country. And we have already lost 65% of resources through land degradation of salinization, through erosion, through soil compaction, and through soil acidity. If we are using the non-isotopic techniques, it takes about 10 years to measure and to reach to a certain conclusion. But by using nuclear and isotopic techniques, we can do it in less than a month interval. So this is the beauty. And by putting, the climate-smart agriculture practices, you can see that in China, in Indonesia, Pakistan, Philippines, Vietnam, we reduced the land degradation in those experimental sites by 50%. Cassava is a major food crop in Africa, as well as in Asia. But the traditional cassava production in Africa is less than 10 tons, because the way it was promoted was that it does not need any water, it is very resilient. It's true, it's resilient, but like any other crop, cassava do need a balanced proportion of nitrogen, phosphorus, potassiums, and other nutrients. And by bringing climate-smart agriculture practices, we increase the cassava production from traditional 10 tons to more than 50 tons in more than 6 African countries. So, the key message is that climate-smart agriculture practices are the solution to the food insecurity, and nuclear techniques plays a key role in developing them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. That was a very clear message and also a very systematic overview. So, as you would expect from a scientist. Thank you. Our next presenter is an entrepreneur, right? And we've all seen the power of entrepreneurship, I think, in today more than ever in this globalized world. And we need this power also in the agri-food sector. Please. Over to you, Chawi.
Okay, thank you. It's great to be here. I would like to start from a question. That is, we are talking about clean energy, but the question is, how about geographically concentrated clean energy cannot do? Because so far we have we are building a lot of big-sized geographically concentrated clean energy plant. But as long as I think the distributed peoples and the families in the world, they do need decentralized renewable energy. because according to the IEA, the solar energy is so far the cheapest energy in the history. So decentralized solar energy is a very good choice for those people who has no long hope to actually get electrified, and especially for those with the greatest need but latest voices. It's very important for them to achieve energy independent and energy self-sufficient. That's to achieve energy inequality. Another thing I want to emphasize is the value about decentralized solar energy. Their value at non-irrigation time, they can be used for the driving, for the cooling, cooking, lighting, and education, and also for the clean water and the sanitation. Take some numbers, for example. In China, the groundwater pumping in irrigation accounts for 40% of overall agriculture GMG emissions. And in Africa, there's a data 59% of global GHG emissions. And also here's in the dairy value chain, the GHG from dairy industry. There are 22% from cow food crops, and 12% from cow shed daily cleaning, and another 19% from feces treatment. So considering about a huge proportion, if we change most of them from into the decentralized renewable energy, that will be a great contribution. Another one I want to say, take a further step to see is we do right things and we do things right. The photos in the left shown in an Africa country. They use, you can count, there are 30 pieces of solar panels to drive only a blue water pump there. It's like a 2 kW. In order to accumulate, that's an AC pump. In order to accumulate enough voltage, they need so many solar panels. That makes the whole system expensive, and the return on investment would take a long time. Take this one, for example. Here's a DC technology. This is a video, but can you play this video here? For this one, it take only 3 pieces of a solar panel, and then yes. This is a video. Yeah, take a look at this, only 3 pieces of solar panel, and you get so powerful water pumping. And that's the difference between AC and DC, like Thomas Edison and Nikola Tesla, right? Okay, let me continue. Here's a, okay. Besides the irrigation, we also have the DC-powered fertilizer combined with irrigation, fertigation. That's important for a lot of growers, especially they have lack of know-how and experience. Professors like Mohammed, they have guidance to the growers, but I think there are many information losses during the whole process. Especially there's language differences. That's called Tower Babel difference. So suppose you have 100% in your knowledge, but you can only, there's explicit knowledge and implicit knowledge. And then maybe 80% you can express by your language. And after translation into other languages, you have language entropy losses. And then the listeners, they understand, they receive your information based on their own experience and knowledge. And then maybe only 60% left in their mind after they get back to their daily work. Maybe only 20% left, and that's information loses. So the technical instrument or the equipment is very important for them to keep the exactly original advices or the guidance for their daily work. That's why besides the irrigation, the fertigation is also important. And here's an example of what we are doing in the Chinese Xinjiang place. This is for the saline alkaline soil treatment. We have some powered pumps to take saline alkaline soil treatment with very good result. The salt content dropped from 30 per million to 10 per million. That's a very good achievement. And we can also have e-boat, the fish boat, e-outboard. There's also a combination between the decentralized renewable energy and the brushless DC motor. There's a good combination. We have already put this into use in some Southeast Asia countries. And the technology can, besides the irrigation, it can also put into the aeration. The fish pond to an aquaculture, you can improve the oxygenation and the water circulation. So the fish inside will get more oxygen and also wastewater treatment. Here's first, decentralized renewable energy can also to driven the DC frigid. The DC, not the AC, DC frigid, and also DC fans. And also we can, together with batteries, lithium batteries, we can deliver not only the direct power electricity, but also we can storage energy storage in the battery. For us, we have overseas inventory, and we are moving towards to the overseas order fulfillment center. And in the future, we're going to the local operation to deliver to have combined effort to get financial support or the technical support, pre-sales technical support and after-sales technical support as well. And the system can also support carbon credits. You can record your data in the cloud. Then to secure is first we also donate to some projects, to some places about poverty elimination. All the purpose of a system, this is to provide affordable and scalable irrigation or the fertigation equipment. Here's sun-powered, solar-powered frigid. Yes. Here's it's our great honor to be listed in the UNIDO WITS by IPTO Shanghai, and also the first prize winner of a UNIDO Global Call. And also we have 10 decentralized renewable solar water solution for high-profile officers organized by the FAO in the Asia-Pacific regions. And also first prize winner of Youth Hackathon for green low-carbon agriculture. I would like to have more partners where together we can deliver and to improve to raise awareness of decentralized solar energy. And also takes policy, for example, the policy makers is, I think, very good for the Indian policy makers. They have a strong subsidy for the decentralized solar irrigation. They have 60% to 80% subsidy. That's why Indian market is the world's biggest and the quickest decentralized solar irrigation market in the world. And we can partner up to have a joint investment in the Africa countries or Southeast Asia countries to provide financial support, and local operation can also provide technical support as well. services, and we can empowerment. If there's young people from different countries, they want to have, if they want young people or young groups, they want to do solar decentralized solar energy project, we can partner up together. Here's the last video I want to share. Can you play that?
That already exist. Scale them up, particularly in the developing world, and make them affordable with more efficient irrigation techniques. And many countries, by the way, including China, have already started implementing this. It's not some fancy frontier technologies. It already exists.
Thank you.
Thank you, Choi. Yeah, so I think your presentation really brought home to me the message that, I mean, we have so many different solutions, right, and approaches and the business models. But on the last slide, you also showed we need to be connecting the dots, right? We need to partner up in order to create the space to actually apply these solutions. And it's a pity we didn't have a regulator speak today. So maybe it would have been interesting to hear from that side as well. So now we have, I think, about 15 minutes, right? Yeah, 15 minutes for Q&A. So I would also like to invite the panelists to these comfortable chairs here in the front, so that we can open up the discussion a little bit. Please, all of, yeah, I think Michaela is humble. She can. So if you have any questions, please do raise your hand. There's a microphone here, and maybe we also have one to go around. If not, I'm also happy to pass around my microphone. So please don't be shy. I'm sure that a lot of questions came up to your mind. It was definitely a set of stimulating discussions. While we wait for potential questions from the audience, I want to stimulate also a bit, because I was just mentioning connecting the dots, right? So we have very different sets of expertise here: capacity building, analytics, mobilization, communication, and technology and entrepreneurship. So I'd just be interested to learn from panelists if they have learned anything today, and you know, where maybe the dots could be connected better and stronger. But I see some questions, yes. So I'll start with this, with you, and then there's someone in the back, so please. And if you can introduce yourself, that would be great.
Hi, my name is Bu. I'm a CEO and the founder of a startup based in Senegal, working on solar irrigation systems. And I think for smallholder farmers, we're mostly serving smallholder farmers in the country. So we started the company 2 years ago, and we've been able to deliver around 1,000 solar water pumping systems to those farmers. But the main issue is financing, the access to financing for those smallholder farmers. Solutions are out there. I mean, the technology is there, the technology is mature, but the key barrier is how to have those technology on the hand of smallholder farmers. From our experience, we've been able to link with some of the local microfinance institutions to provide funding for up to 3 years financing. But the main barrier we're facing right now is scaling, how to scale this. I mean, we have around 4 million smallholder farmers in the country. 1,000 is nothing, but scaling is one of the big issues. So my question to all those panelists is how to help those, I mean, those pilots, those experience scale up with, I mean, climate financing or any kind of, I mean, solution that exists today to help scale those small initiatives around the countries in West Africa. Yeah, thanks.
Very good question. So This was a question to all the panelists, I understand. I see Christina is very eager. So over to you, please. Thanks, Christina.
Sure. No, and that's a great question. And I just want to point out that there's not a lot of business people in the room, I don't think. How many of us are business people? Right. So, and it's a very brave CEO that comes from the private sector to hang out with regulators and policymakers, so good on you. But it also, I think, really speaks to the issue of the problems with climate finance. So, you know, we're all hearing about the billions of dollars that are accumulating out there, whether it's through the Green Climate Fund or through private investors, et cetera. And at the end of the day, only 4% of climate finance or less comes to the agricultural sector. And even less of that is actually put to work in developing countries. When you actually look at how that money's spent, it's usually on solutions that are largely for the global north. And to just put a very fine point on it, and one of the things my organization is known for is not being afraid to be the tip of the spear, but I think it's fair to say that the global north needs to help be part of that transition. So voices from everywhere need to push for a change in getting that money out of, you know, large banks that are, you know, basically aggregating funds and not getting them into the hands of people fast enough. That's one of the biggest problems. In fact, the new head of the World Bank himself was ashamed by the fact that it takes 27 months to get money and programs through the World Bank on average. That's shocking. And when we're talking about a few decades left to achieve the SDGs, let alone the numbers that need to be realized to make sure we don't tip the scales over 1.5 degrees Celsius, we're in a big problematic situation. So, it really, I think, is the responsibility of allies to this effort everywhere to keep speaking up about that. One small thing that Power for All will be doing is we are launching a campaign to identify mini-grid financing, because that's one of the key technologies, right, for decentralized energy supply needed for farmers. And we're basically asking the question, where's the money? Where's it gone? Because what we found in our initial analysis is that over $1 billion was committed for mini grids alone, but about 14% has been distributed. That's it. And those are promises over the course of 3 to 5 years. That's obscene. We don't have time. So thank you so much for your question. Thank you for the great work you do. And bottom line, you and others who care about this need to do what we can to, whether it's on social or direct one-to-one contact with people, be very pointed about needing to release those funds and not just making promises.
Thank you. Christina, Fred, please.
From the community level, this is what we discovered. When we were implementing in Sudan, finance was there for the smallholder farmer. It was there, but in the banks. Yeah, Africa Development Bank and had a mechanism for, they put a fund in the bank, and it was ring-fenced. But the mechanism of accessing these funds was not friendly to the smallholder farmers. There's an element of risk. This risk, nobody wants to take it. So the bank says farmers are risk, and the bank also the farmers look at the banks as a risk. They might take their equipment in case they default. So the first thing we did is to look at who can solve this risk mechanism. Because in most cases, the money is with the microfinance, the money is with the banks, but it's not released because of this risk mechanism. So what we did is we look at the local policy, and we identified that the central bank in Sudan had a policy of encouraging lending to the farmers, but it was not implemented because there was no institutional ecosystem to facilitate this. So this is where we went first. So it takes time to do this, but this is where we went first. I say, who is able to de-risk? Who is able to bring everybody, a coalition, everybody to the table to talk about this risk? So we brought everybody to the table, including the ministry, and they agreed on how to de-risk this. So we just put the seed money to start this. And the results we found is that the government started putting money on it because it was working. We demonstrated that if you put a lending system that pre-qualifies outside the banking system, because farmers are afraid to show up because they don't have a cash flow. Most of them, actually, I didn't play a video here. A 56-year-old farmer say, for the first time, I'm 56-year-old, for the first time I've received money from the bank and I bought my own asset. because they were afraid of the bank. So the biggest hindrance, apart from the big ticket, because from our idea, from project perspective, we thought of about off-grid solutions because it will give a lot of more co-benefits. But we said farmers need solutions now, and they need to move from diesel pumping to solar pumping. How do we get them money now? Is to de-risk this. So for the country where you are, look at the policy. Look at the central bank policy, the government policy, and look at who holds the power to make this policy work. And in most cases, the policy out there is not implemented. Then bring work through this system, this institutional ecosystem, to de-risk and other mechanism. Then they start. Then we graduate into the mini grids and we go to the climate financing. But the farmers need solution today. And if we can get them financing today, they will implement. They will buy them because they would like to buy this. They don't want donations. Yeah, they want to invest, and they need money to invest. And they pay. For Sudan, it took them around 6 months to pay back and start making money, because at that time, the oil prices were just over the roof. So within 6 months like this, they were able to repay, and banks now are coming together, and they're pushing this. They're pushing this. It's just that the war kind of intervened. We were going to go, we had already designed even a mini-grid solution for this. But the war came in, so the financing is strained, but policies and building coalition is very important in terms of access to finance.
Thank you very much, Fred. So it's already clear to me that I think some of these conversations need to be continued after the session as well. So please, I do encourage everyone to exchange cards and contacts, etc. And okay, Xiaowei. And then I have, after that, 2 more questions. I think then we'll run out of time, unfortunately. But please, Xiaowei.
Okay, I'll quickly go through this question. I think money, they are looking for any project with very good ROI. So if your project with the same, like in my PPT in the left side, and they have very bad ROI. But if your project, I mean, that's a technical related issue. If you choose a good solution, good equipment, then your ROI could be guaranteed. I think financing money, they will take this into consideration very much. Another thing is whether the country, they have a supportive policy. For example, a subsidy, or they can have a duty-free during the import. That's policy related. And if they really have the political willingness to solve this problem, to upscale the decentralized solar irrigation, then the policymaker need to consider about the policy import. The second solution would be if we have joint invest in the target countries, we have not only overseas inventory, but also we have assemble locally and operation locally. That could be dramatically drop the costs. That also uplift the ROI, I think. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I'll take 2 questions right after each other before we give it back to the panel. So first the gentleman back here, and then here. Yes.
I'm going to stand up because I'm in the back. Good morning, everyone. Christina kind of stole my point about where the money is, but let me start by introducing myself very quickly. I'm Henok. I come from Ethiopia. I run a company called Precise, which is a private sector development shop. I works in supporting smallholder-driven agriculture and distributed energy in Ethiopia. We work with Selco Foundation in Ethiopia as well. And I wear a second hat. I am also co-founder and general partner at a venture capital firm that is seeking to invest in early stage companies that bring these sorts of innovations into the market and scale them up, and which is really where I feel like we're really losing out, because this is crossing that chasm is really the biggest issue. The technologies, I think our colleague from the private sector said the technologies are there. First, what we need is the change of attitude. We are not really, especially in Africa, we don't need to build a massive power infrastructure to serve our demand. 99% of our demand is either a small farm or a small business or a micro business. When we're building these huge power plants and losing a lot of energy in the distribution infrastructure to power a manufacturing revolution that has failed to take off. It's really a lot of loss there. And when it comes to really rethinking development, Africa really should be the center of it, because we don't have existing legacy systems. We have already shown ourselves. I come from a country of 120 million people where there's less than 1 million landlines. Everything is mobile. And through the mobile, all kinds of distributed service is being available now. So we're not building branches in banks the way the rest of the world had to build branches. We're leapfrogging. So what we have now, for instance, again, in my country where I come from, in the last 18 months, we have 40 million mobile wallets operating, 40 million. You see the scale of how this is moving. And this is creating new opportunities to propagate more distributed stuff. The next revolution is gonna have to be energy. And I think in a very short period of time, we can make all of these technologies available so that a massive industry like agriculture, not only from the climate perspective, but if you're looking at SDG 1 and 2 specifically, in Ethiopia, 95% of food is produced by small farmers with less than half a hectare of land available to them. A third of GDP is agriculture. Problem is, all of it, 90% of it, is rain-fed agriculture. And what's happening with rain-fed agriculture? You all know. Predictability of rain is going down, droughts are going up, more disaster coming. So we know this is coming. So my question, or just the point for the panel to elaborate is, first of all, where is that philanthropic capital? Why is it not taking the risk? Philanthropic capital is supposed to take most of the risk. Early stage, everything we hear from philanthropy, all the climate capital that's coming is, this is too risky. This is too small for us. This is, we can't work with local organizations because they don't write good reports. It's tiresome. We need to stop. Very few philanthropic organizations, I have Yolanda next to me, I would say, at the climate conference in Kampala, almost everything groundbreaking, almost all the risky but extremely potential stuff that's happening in Africa. I saw an IKEA Foundation logo next to it. They could do more too, but why are we even talking if we cannot put the money down on the ground? That's what I want to say, and hopefully our colleagues here can comment. My brother from South Sudan, we were looking at companies in South Sudan as well. That's a market, that is a population that's deathly in need of this stuff. The most expensive power we have in this world is the one that we don't have it. And South Sudan, with a penetration of 7% of the population. This is insanity. Why are we even getting together in Vienna?
Thank you very much. Very, very clear message. And so before we go back to the panel, there's another question from this gentleman.
Thank you. Gerd Buriam, I'm lecturer at the University of Technology in Vienna, Renewable Energy, Master of Science for Renewable Energy. We have already students during the last 15 years from more than 50 countries. My question is, the European Union, especially with EIB, European Investment Bank, provides a lot of funds. EIB is the biggest development bank in the world and the biggest climate bank. So my question is, have you already experienced working with the European Commission and the EIB? First question. Second question, agri-PV, agricultural photovoltaics is one of the big themes now in Europe and maybe also worldwide. In Austria, we have a research center or research project also with the Ministry for Agriculture. One of the output is that with specific crops, you have a higher yield in combination with agri-PV and of course additional electricity from the solar panels. So my question is this a theme, agricultural PV, in your, let's say, operations in your countries?
Thank you. I'm very sorry that we're already actually at the end of the session time-wise, so I can't take any more questions. And I'm also asking the panelists very briefly in your answers, please. So we have 3 questions actually. Does anyone want to start? Any volunteers? Yes, we had one in the back, and this gentleman had 2 questions. Please, yes.
The gentleman at the back made statements, but I think the question he was asking is where is the philanthropy fund? From community perspective, I think these communities, as much as they're looking at philanthropy, I think the communities look at solutions. And in most cases in these communities, they can be able to fund some of the solutions they are looking at. But it requires that we unlock the structural issues within the ecosystem, within those countries. Philanthropy can only go this much. And it's a needle we can push, but I think community-driven solutions are the answer to this. So philanthropy can come and help unlock it, but I think we cannot propose philanthropy-driven solutions to the communities. For example, this community we supported in Sudan, these solutions came from them, and they were willing to invest their community assets. So what the project did is to facilitate the unlocking of this community asset to be able to provide solutions. So if we're thinking of these solutions, we need to also have a different paradigm shift in terms of how we deliver this financing, that we have to take care of the community interest and how they can be able to build together, co-create these solutions to them. So even when it comes to designing financing, like you're talking about all this foundation financing, World Bank financing, they are not able to bring impact if they are not community-driven. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fred. Any other takers? Ute, please.
Yeah, I just, just add to the point on philanthropy. I mean, it's nice, and of course we all know that, IKEA Foundation, as an example, has done some great work. But in terms of where all the big financial flows are, we can't expect that from philanthropy. I mean, there are huge relatively large financial flows from obviously the development banks, but also the private sector money. There's still far too much going into fossil fuels. We at IRENA have been analyzing what money goes into renewables and which countries. It's all flowing in the global north and not into the global south. So there needs to be much more work in terms of de-risking. I mean, that's where public money should be spent to ensure that some of the private money can come in. It's a very complex thing, and I think, there is a big question why the world has got enough money to sort it out, but it's not happening. I don't have the solution. We're an international organization trying to draw attention to it like many others, but unfortunately we are not the ones who can solve it in the end. There needs to be a lot more political will to sort it out.
Thank you, Ute. Now, I realize we haven't answered all questions that were posed, but at this point, unfortunately, I have to close the discussion. So I will hand over to Michaela, who will quickly give some key messages that we've heard today. And Michaela, please, or as you wish.
Thank you. So we are tight with time, but I've seen, people trying to ask for the floor to raise questions. But we have a networking lunch, no? I mean, the organizers of this conference have diligently organized networking lunch because, of course, we know that we would go, for ages for going ahead with discussions and exchange. So I would invite you all to get in contact with speakers and myself and Martin as moderator, and please let's have an exchange. We are more than happy to continue this dialogue. I have just a few take-home messages that I've taken while hearing from the discussion and the presentations. So, including also some of the inputs that came from this morning plenary that I found extremely interesting. So the importance of the interconnection between energy, agriculture, and climate, which is not to be given for granted, because it's really important to highlight how the three elements are strictly interconnected, and how agriculture and CSA, climate smart agriculture, could be part of the solution. We've heard that it doesn't exist a one-size-fits-all approach, but it's very context specific. It has to be, I mean, we have to go into the details of the contexts in order to fit and develop the right solution specifically for that context. We've heard a lot of good examples also in terms of green job application and all the sustainability aspects that green energy could bring in terms of environmental, social, and economic aspects. Something that I haven't heard much and that I believe is extremely important, as well as our joint effort to reduce emissions and to improve the sustainability of the agricultural value chain, is behavioral changes. I mean, of course, as this morning in the plenary, we have the first 5 big emitters in the world. We should start from there in order to reduce emissions. The G20 is contributing to 80% of the global emissions. Right, it's true. But each of us could contribute in our own day-to-day life with little behavioral changes that altogether, up to 8 billion, how many we are, it could contribute. And in fact, IEA, the International Energy Agency, last year in the net zero emission overview, highlighted how behavioral changes could contribute a lot to the whole change. Training, of course, it was highlighted, as a barrier. So the need to have to improve the know-how of smallholders in particular. Big point on how to scale. So the importance of scaling up good examples. And in this case, finance, of course, is an important point. It was rightly pointed out that energy in agriculture only receive 4% of the whole finance in climate, which is nothing. And in this case, of course, it's important to concentrate more and more on developing countries, more and more on smallholders, in order to involve also the most vulnerable and give them also sustainable development opportunities. Hopefully, at COP28, I see that there are opportunities of improving, let's say, in this as well in terms of financing. We really need to. Also for us as FAO, for example, access to, someone mentioned the difficulty of accessing to World Bank funds. That's the same for GCF, JEF funds. Also for us as FAO is extremely complicated. So this means that if it's complicated to FAO as a big structure, UN organization, can you imagine to the smallholder in Senegal? Or, so this is the kind of concrete intervention that is needed in order to make sure that financing is more accessible. And last but not least, I would say, maybe not too much touched upon in the discussion today, but the importance of policies. So the real examples, the real good cases also give information to policymakers on how to better improve their national policies in order to be on the right track in terms of sustainable development. And something that I believe, to close, it's really important is an extra effort by policymakers in order to include energy in agri-food systems into their nationally determined contributions. Because by doing this and by being in the position to demonstrate the achievement of these targets into their NDCs, this would facilitate a financing flow. So with this, I would like to close this side event. A last round of applause to our speakers, to our moderator that guide us through the event, and a big thank you. So enjoy your networking lunch. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. You found the room. I guess that was the first battle after maybe the long line for lunch, but I'm glad you guys made it, and some of you found your way through the rooms to get here, and I think some of you found the other way. My name is Brian Dean. I'm the Director of Energy Transition at Sustainable Energy for All, and really thankful for you to join us here for this session on energy efficiency and how energy efficiency is really helping and can help to power the energy transitions. For those of you that don't know mission efficiency, this is a story that started about 9 years ago. In 2014, there was a series of connected but separate initiatives that were started. One was the Copenhagen Center on Energy Efficiency, one was the SE for All Energy Efficiency Accelerator Platform, and one was the Energy Efficiency in the Emerging Economies Program at the International Energy Agency. Those all started at the same time, much thanks to the Danish government, in fact, who helped seed each of those, but also the European Commission and other partners that have come in through the years, including the Global Environment Facility that helped support a big chunk of the energy efficiency accelerators. Now, that was the start. In 2019, there was an effort to bring those efforts together under a collective program. And that was, at the Climate Action Summit, it was launched as the 3% Club. Now, 3% Club, it showed the ambition. We want 3% rate of improvement in energy efficiency, but it sounded very technocratic. It sounded very exclusive. It didn't sound like what we know needs to get done for energy efficiency. So it was rebranded to Mission Efficiency. So what you see now, which is an inclusive, hopefully very intuitive title. We understand that we have a mission together that is to increase the efficiency around the world, to support the energy transitions and support climate goals, support achieving SDG 7.3. And doing that under 3 main pillars. Elevate energy efficiency. A lot of people don't understand energy efficiency. They don't, they think about it as being something that's just about saving energy. Well, it's not that. It's about more. It's about bringing more jobs. It's about having more comfort. It's about having better lives. Supporting energy efficiency. This is what our partner base has been doing for decades, in fact. Technical assistance and providing support to make sure that the right policies are put in place and that the right financing mechanisms are put in place, which of course leads to investment. Good support actually induces investment, but we recognize that investment in energy efficiency is lagging. And so we have a specific pillar within mission efficiency that looks to induce or is inducing investment in energy efficiency, primarily through what's now being called the Mission Efficiency Marketplace, which identifies projects, de-risks them, and matches them with funders. So under that overall premise, I welcome you here to join this discussion. We've got a really good panel of speakers to talk about this story of energy efficiency and how we can together make further progress. So first hand it over to Elizabeth, who will introduce our keynote. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Thank you, Brian, for that amazing start, and thank you all for finding the room again. I'm sure a few more people will be coming in. As mentioned, I'm Elizabeth Wangeshi Shege, Energy Efficiency and Cooling Specialist at SE for All, focal point for Kenya. And it gives me great pleasure to introduce and invite Her Excellency, the Ambassador for Kenya to Austria, Ambassador Mary Mugwanja, who's going to give us a keynote around energy efficiency. And I think the triple bottom line is actually to say we're here to have more action. So thank you. Please to come on board.
Thank you so much, Brian and Elizabeth, for the introduction. Excellencies, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to address this distinguished gathering at this side event, which is happening at the margins of the International Vienna Energy and Climate Forum. I extend my gratitude to the organizers, esteemed guests, and participants who have convened here to champion this vital cause of energy efficiency. You'll excuse me, I have a cold. This is not the normal way I speak. As we stand at the crossroad of a climate critical era, energy efficiencies emerges not just as an option, but as the linchpin in achieving our climate, energy, and developmental aspirations. It is the lever that propels us towards a future where economic development, energy access, environmental stewardship coexist in synergy. Energy efficiency is not merely a pathway to mitigate climate change. It is a conduit of new investments, market creation, job opportunities, and improved standards of living. It's imperative that urgent measures be taken to effectively cushion Africa's people, their livelihoods, economies, and communities, and rapidly eradicate their vulnerability. At the recently concluded Africa Climate Summit that was held in Nairobi, Kenya, the African leaders stressed on the importance of decarbonizing the global economy for equality and shared prosperity. The leaders also called for investment to promote the sustainable use of Africa's natural assets for the continent's transition to low-carbon development and contribution to global decarbonization. It is for this reason that accelerating progress in energy efficiency is paramount, as it is the most cost-effective resource to achieve climate, energy, and development goals. The government of Kenya recognizes the need to catalyze efforts in energy efficiency and joined the Mission Efficiency Ecosystem back in 2019 when it was called 3% Club, and further repledged to the updated brand on mission efficiency in 2022 at the Sustainable for All Forum in in Kigali, Rwanda. Actions towards progress include Kenya's Vision 2030, which sets out a long-term development blueprint aiming to transform Kenya into a newly industrialized middle-income country, providing a high quality of life to all its citizens in a clean and secure environment. Over and above that, the government of Kenya has put in place other favorable policies and regulatory frameworks for energy provision and energy efficiency, including, but not limited to, Kenya National Energy Efficiency and Conservation Strategy and Implementation Plan, Energy Appliance, Energy Performance and Labeling Regulation 2016, Energy Management Regulations 2012, Energy Management Standards 2018, National Cooling Action Plan, and National Climate Change Action Plan. We've also made very great progress towards achieving universal access to electricity, doubling electricity access from 32%, please note 32%, in 2013 to 75% in 2022. 75%, it might appear significant, but you can imagine in this time and era, 25% of 56 million Kenyans have no access to electricity. So it looks good, but we still have a long way to go. Further action means translating the enabling environment to tangible outcomes. For example, the launch of lighting pilot project for 100 secondary schools in Kenya during the Africa Climate Summit, a project that was showcased further by partners in the session that will impact our young boys and girls attending secondary schools across 13 counties. Allow me to mention that Kenya has a devolved system of government. It has one national government and 47 county governments. So this 13 is out of 47. You can imagine we still have a long way to go. Such a project will not only impact the students and teachers, but the local community that will use the same infrastructure and resources during school holidays. We expect to have more partners on board in such projects as public buildings and institutions such as hospitals, clinics, universities, primary schools are low-hanging fruits for immediate gains in accessing or achieving more with energy efficiency. Imagine hospitals without electricity. This is where the rubber meets the road, shifting the narrative to benefits, experiences, and improving livelihoods through energy-efficient lives. Opportunities in Kenya include energy efficiency services, data collection through audits, upgrading technical assistance, innovative finance, and we are all ready to work with you. With the ambition to support Kenya's climate goals, Kenya has a draft energy transition and investment plan to be launched at COP28 that plans to leverage on the vast potential of establishing local green manufacturing and developing low-carbon technologies to boost industrialization, create jobs, and spur economic growth while protecting our environment. The Energy Transition and Investment Plan is not just a plan, but a beacon guiding Kenya towards a prosperous and sustainable future where energy efficiency and green growth opportunities, such as carbon markets, green hydrogen, and green manufacturing, reinforce economic development. It aligns with our long-term low emissions strategy and harmonizes our energy sector's roadmap, considering the intricate balance of socio-economic impact and capital mobilization. The consultative process that birthed the ETIP is as diverse as it is inclusive, engaging various government ministries, state departments, and local governments. The collaborative effort underscores our resolve to frame an energy transition that underpins green growth and equitable development. Finally, I'd like to invite the global community to collaborate in unlocking affordable, accessible finance, especially for energy efficiency in Africa. In closing, I thank you once again for your commitment and engagement. I wish us all a productive and transformative session. And as we say in Kenya, in Swahili, asanteni sana, thank you very much.
Where's that button? Thank you very much. So we have this fantastic wireless system. I'd like to, following those fantastic keynote remarks, the call to action, to call in the panelists, because you've heard about the enabling environment that Kenya is providing, so that we can speak to the collaborative efforts we can actually have under mission efficiency ecosystem. To start off with, I'd like to invite Mr. Hubert Zahn, Assistant Manager, Energy Efficiency Regulation, Energy Commission Ghana, to join us here. Please pick any seat. And then I'll ask Mrs. Karine Reis, Project Manager at UNIDO. Thank you. Miss Elizabeth Resch, Senior Advisor, UNEP CCC. Thank you. And Mr. Jens Jäger, Director of Policy and Business Development Alliance for Rural Electrification. I hope you can see him from there. I will come and, sorry. We'll have a microphone. So we had fantastic sessions earlier today. I think Mr. Jens, thank you. We had fantastic sessions earlier today where we spoke about policy, and we had from different governments as well, where we have the emission efficiency ecosystem. We moved on to talk about opportunities around investment. So for this afternoon, I'd really like to bring in the conversation around collaboration, and not just theoretical, active collaboration, especially going up to COP28 in a couple of weeks, or a few weeks to come. So starting with Mr. Hubert, please do tell us the ambitions and long-term strategies in Ghana that we've seen quite a lot in the systems, in the social media. We've seen action on the ground. We've seen the president speaking to some of this. Please bring them to the forefront. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Elizabeth, and acknowledging the Honorable Minister as well, and thank you for the opportunity. I think Ghana, Sub-Saharan Africa, has taken a very bold step in terms of championing energy efficiency. And when I say this, it means that we are looking at not just reinventing the wheel, but also learning from best practices. So as far back as 2005, Ghana started its journey towards energy efficiency with regulations on lighting and air conditioners. And in 2008, we also prohibited the importation of used obsolete appliances, cooling appliances, as must say, and then incandescent lamps. Predominantly in Africa, and Ghana in particular, a lot of the utilities, are being pressured because the equipments that we have are used obsolete appliances. So there was the need to find a way of transitioning, consumers to save some money in their pockets, because they didn't understand what it meant by energy efficiency. All they know is that this equipment is cheap, it can serve my purpose. And so what is the need to go in for another equipment which is brand new but very expensive? So that education awareness kept on growing, and we found a way to also scale up these regulations, also because of technology. Now, these are initiatives by the regulator. It is not possible without the buy-in from leadership or government. And as you recently saw, the president launched the energy transition, document, which was also led by C4All, and we appreciate you for that. For the president to be very much involved in this shows that the blessing has been given to be very innovative, to find means of us meeting all this transition. So as we speak, Ghana has come up with standards and labeling for appliances on about 19 appliances, right from the kitchen to industry, where we have electric motors and distribution transformers also included, and then also now trying to find incentive methods. How do we support people to be able to uptake this? So basically, this is what we have done. There is a lot to be discussed in terms of opportunities of what this means for other countries. We have gone a step ahead to also introduce verification methods of testing. So Ghana now has the refrigerator and air condition testing facility, which we are also able to use to verify the efficiency level of these equipment. So the major thing is also the incentive. After doing all of these policy documents, what does it mean for the consumer? How is he able to get these products? Because that will come at a cost. So we have examples of rebates that we have done, set up energy efficiency rebates, where people turn in their old obsolete appliances for a coupon to be able to purchase a new one. In the case of CFLs and LEDs, which are not that expensive,
the government has invested in doing free replacement to institutions, public institutions, and all of that. And then finally, we have also come up with this on-wage financial mechanism, which is called the eco-fridges. That is also supposed to support salaried workers to be able to get these high-efficient products at a flexible payment plan. And so this is on the wage of these consumers. So I think for now, I will pause here, and exciting stories that we can share from Ghana. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hubert. That definitely shows elements around raising ambition around Africa on energy efficiency and being very proactive as a regulatory authority. I'd like to move on to Mrs. Karen on the potential for mission efficiency initiative to support progress, but also to add examples of successful collaboration supporting the progress, especially in industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon, everyone. Always challenging to have the first session after lunch, so it's great to see so many joining us. I think speaking after Hubert is always great, because Ghana always being such a shiny example on energy efficiency, championing energy efficiency in Africa. But maybe to come to your first question, UNIDO is a partner of Mission Efficiency, and we do really think it's one of the initiatives that can really drive progress, because we see that countries do take actions and they have gone far, like in the case of Ghana. But there are so many countries that could benefit from all these lessons learned, from all these experiences, from all the great toolkits and lessons learned and have been made around over the past decades, I would say, that we have really pushed or trying to push for energy efficiency. And I think this is really the big added value of mission efficiency. If we want to take these actions to scale and to achieve those targets that we like to publish, I would say, then we really have to build on partnerships. I know we say this a lot, but I think mission efficiency is one of these initiatives that really live or walk the talk. And I think we have several very good examples of outcomes of mission efficiency collaborations, especially in industry, for example, where UNIDO works. Mission efficiency really works hard on changing these narratives. So for industries, when we work on industrial energy efficiency, it's still very often perceived as a costly investment, rather than an investment that makes you more competitive in your national and international market. So changing this narrative, I think, is one of the really big success factors of mission efficiency. And in the industrial space, it was extremely important that we have this. But not only in the industrial space, also when we talk about energy efficiency in the cooling space, everybody thinks it's super technical, but it's changing lives and it's changing health. It's changing post-harvest losses through cold chains, through storing, through storage facilities for vaccines, etc. So it's really that, I think, that aspect that mission efficiency is doing extremely well. One successful outcome, for example, is a toolkit. Another toolkit, but that one, I promise you, is really a great one because it combines all the others that have been around. It's a web-based toolkit that helps countries to identify priority sectors for energy efficiency. And we have developed this under the umbrella together with C4All and other mission efficiency partners. Also a project that we've been doing since a few years under mission efficiency, funded by the UK government, was to support a number of countries to identify these priority sectors. Now in the second phase, for example, with Kenya, with Vietnam, and with some other countries, we are already developing industrial roadmaps, decarbonization roadmaps, advancing more and more into very clear actions. So I think just for the beginning, I'll stop here. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that. and explaining and showcasing the action that we've had on the ground. I'll now move on to Mrs. Elizabeth Risch from UNEP-CCC. I know I receive a lot of your emails since we have the same first name or similar. What is Mission Efficiency doing to mobilize energy efficiency finance? And we can speak more towards the countries where we've seen action as well.
That's right. Thank you, Elizabeth, and thank you for the invitation. I'm really happy to be here and speak also on behalf of Mission Efficiency. I can only join Karen in second what she said about the value of partnerships. So as Madam Excellency has already mentioned, in Kenya a lot of work has been done, and this has really accelerated the speed that I don't normally see without these partners. Mission Efficiency has a lot of partners in the financial space, in the energy efficiency space, policymakers, and of course climate ambitious countries. And it's this kind of partnership that has allowed us to achieve what has been achieved in Kenya. In Kenya, we started working on and supporting the country in the Kenya energy efficiency and conservation strategy that the Madam Ambassador already mentioned. That was the UNEP Copenhagen Climate Center where I worked. But the progress we have made since was thanks to partnerships with Mission Efficiency, because we have moved on to the implementation side, and you, Elizabeth, have worked on that. We have gotten funding, generous funding from the Signify Foundation in the form of equipment to put lightning into 100 schools in Kenya. And this is to be a pilot project to be extended then to overall 4,000 schools in Kenya. We have also learned this week that our center has gotten funding from Belgium to do a market study for ESCOs, thereby offering support to the super ESCO that Kenya is planning, and it's one of the core parts of its energy efficiency strategy. So I think that's just showcases, that's the sort of partner value of a partnership where you can bring different capabilities together. So fundraising capabilities from some people, politically willingness and support from the country, support from SE4All on breaking down energy efficiency into implementable and sector-based action items. I think that is what for us has really showcased how Mission Efficiency is working well. And we would like to invite you to join us. So Mission Efficiency is if you or your organization have energy efficiency at the core of your mission, then please join us, because we want to widen the net. We want to enrich the initiative with other organizations' capabilities. And we want to work more on replicating in other countries what has been done in Kenya, what has been done with UNIDO. That's what we would like to do. Should I speak more to the... I'll go on. I can speak more to the task forces later. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You can see the amount of passion we have from the mission efficiency ecosystem. And also, as you had from the keynote speech, there's a lot more to do. So definitely we do need more collaborators on board. I'd like to move on to Mr. Jens Jäger, where we're going to talk about the role of energy efficiency in improving modern energy uses and flexibility of the grid. So we've talked about equipment, the industry, some programs, and now we're moving on to the grid. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. So my name is indeed Jens Jäger. I'm working with the Alliance for Rural Electrification, ARE. ARE is a global business association with around 200 members worldwide, working on improving access to electricity and electrification with renewables. In particular, on grid efficiency, we manage an initiative called GEAR, which stands for Grid Efficiency and Resilience Initiative. GEAR focuses on supporting grid efficiency, especially in Africa. It does so through 3 types of work. Number 1, policy support. So how do we adapt policies to integrate modern grid transformers, modern components in grids and electricity systems? The second thing is uptake of what's called the MEPS, so minimum energy performance. Some countries in Africa, like Egypt, already have integration of such performance standards, but not everyone. And then third part of the policy puzzle is mitigating grid losses, so there are also certain IEC standards on that. Then the fourth component of the policy part is how do we integrate distributed renewables? So for example, renewable energy mini grids with the grid. You will have success cases, for example, in Uganda, in Nigeria, in Cambodia, on integrating mini grids with the main grid and as a way to improve its efficiency. So part one, policy. Part two, capacity building. We train practitioners, we train utilities and engineers that can then be employed by private sector companies or in government institutions. And then number three, and this is where the link with mission efficiency is on finance and access to finance. So we do early stage feasibility studies and work with governments and utilities on that. And then the idea is that these projects can feed into the larger mission efficiency portfolio, which can take projects to a higher level and aggregate them. So that's really in a nutshell what ARE does and how GEAR as a specific initiative feeds into that mission. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Just coming back to you before we do the loop again, what would be needed to really accelerate and expand this initiative?
So we're at a relatively early stage. We started the initiative this year in terms of implementation. And so what we're looking for now, on the one hand, are more government partners. We have a few focus countries, but if there are governments in the audience who think, okay, this resonates well with us, we'd be happy to talk. Secondly, of course, we as an association have an industry angle. So any industry partners here in the room that think the mission of ARE makes sense, happy to speak as well. And then last part is obviously on the investment front, where we're collaborating with mission efficiency. All kinds of investors are welcome to come and talk to us. We need multiple types of capital depending on the stage of the project.
Thank you for that. And as we note that we're heading towards COP28, I wanted to just bring in that both G20 countries and the COP28 UAE presidency, they're both calling for doubling the rate of improvement in energy efficiency by 2030. What would a global agenda to implement such commitments look like for you, starting with Mr. Hubert?
Yeah, so thank you very much. I think that is quite ambitious, also looking at the setting we are coming from, that is Africa. But it also means that we need to be able to move people along this vision. And what I keep on pushing about is the platform to be able to get champions to move the others. It looks like you have people who play the wait and see attitude. Well, is it possible for us to do it? It's not possible. So you have the naysayers who keep on saying this. But then you also have others who have decided to take the bull by the horn and say, it is doable, let's try it. Now, once you try it, in the case of Ghana, there are backlashes that will come. And I can tell you that the efficiency regulation we have passed for air conditioners is already getting backlash from industry. It is getting backlash from importers and consumers, trying to convince consumers that these are going to be very expensive and you cannot afford it. The government is not being sensitive. So you need to find a way of maneuvering out of all of this. You have come up with a standard that has set the efficiency high to be able to achieve this target. Yet you have industry players who still want to sell the low efficient products because they are making profits. And they have the capacity to create awareness, unlike the government who is waiting for a budget to be approved. And once they get the lead and they keep on pushing the message about costs, then you are going to fail even with such a beautiful policy that you have. So I would keep on saying that let's create the platform to be able to share the experiences, to be able to pull others along the board, to be able to get what we call institutional collaboration. And anytime I see Karen, I remember the first, incident that UNIDO invited Ghana to Sakri and Iakri to say, look, we want to do something enlightened. We know Ghana, you have taken the lead. Can you share some experience? And once Ghana shared this experience, there were typical questions that was born on cultural experiences, that you would not find in any book. So when it comes to enforcement, what does it mean? You have detained substandard products. The chief in the village has called to say, look, these items belong to an elder. Can you release the consignment? How do you go about it? Or you have a call from the ministry that says, well, can you let this cargo go? It's not the situation in Europe. So there are peculiar issues that happen in Africa that we can share our stories amongst ourselves, how we have crossed these hurdles. And I think once we keep on doing that, others will see that, yes, it's doable. Now I'm proud to see that Iakri and Sakri have gone ahead. They've taken the lighting by storm, and we hope that they will be able to cross the next barrier, which is on enforcement. So I applaud the decision, which is a laudable call, clarion call, but we need to create the avenue to be able to draw others on board. It's not just 1 or 2 countries that can do it. It's collective. So thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And very much the same question to Mrs. Karin from the UNIDA front. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe just to continue from what Hubert mentioned. I think what we have managed in the energy access space is probably what we also need to manage in the energy efficiency space. I remember when we were talking about the first mini grids, etc. Nobody is questioning this anymore. It's been taken to scale. It's commercialized. It's rolled out in so many countries. And energy efficiency, I still feel we are very spot. It's a project by project, country by country. We haven't really managed to take these things to scale through this regional collaboration, for example, that we are doing in some of the African regions where the regional economic communities are taking this coordinative role in EIC, in the ECOWAS, and that's where it's so good to have these champions that are driving, because for Ghana it's also important that Togo is on board, that Cote d'Ivoire is on board. These are all traded goods. A refrigerator doesn't come straight into Ghana necessarily. It comes through borders. So it's very important that there is this regional coordination, harmonization of policies, which then creates a market which makes efficient products affordable through economies of scale. So I think what we need to do is to follow a bit that energy access rail, I would say, and we have very good examples already. So it's not that we need obviously investments, innovation, and so on, it's always important, but there's so many examples of things that work. Technological solutions are there. And that leads me, because I always see Luc here in front of me from AFDB, that leads me to the final point I would like to make on financing. I think on energy efficiency, this particular issue of overcoming the upfront costs of investment in a technology is still a big bottleneck for investment, because it's commercial financing is still overestimating risks, while there are so many good examples of how short a payback time in energy efficiency investment is. So I think these are some of the aspects, I think, where mission efficiency in particular can make maybe a stronger push to change that perception and to advance. And then I strongly believe it's possible, what we have on the agenda. Thanks.
Fantastic. So that's 2 out of 4 so far who said that it is possible. So moving on to Elizabeth.
Yes, thank you. I second the call for doubling the energy efficiency rate. What that means, according to the IEA, is that you triple investments into energy efficiency by 2030. If you do that, then you're on track for a net zero by 2050. So that's the challenge on the financing side. What I would like to see coming out of the COP would be that this energy efficiency agenda is raised in the political and financial agendas. What that could, for instance, be, I would very much like announcements like a multi-donor or a multi-bank de-risking facility, for instance, to sponsor energy efficiency investments in emerging and in developing countries. So the African Development Bank has been mentioned, could certainly be a lead in that, but I would also like to see the other the other multilateral development banks join in that and perhaps announce something that way. That would be on the wish list. Thank you.
Fantastic. And over to you, Mr. Jens.
Yeah, thank you. Obviously, we believe in the possibility to achieve the mission as well. Our key target in ARE is electricity access for all and achievement of SDG 7 by 2030. So if I didn't believe in it, I probably wouldn't be the right person for this job. But yeah, so in terms of what has been said, fully agree with all of the things, and especially also on investment. I think one key element is also the packaging or marketing of energy efficiency, it compared to electricity access or climate action, often it's harder to make the energy efficiency sell because it's less sexy. It provides a less tangible outcome. So I think that's also a key part of the equation. We need to have a smart way of marketing energy efficiency and showing the impact of energy efficiency on end users, on the ultimate beneficiaries, and then showing that to both public and private impact investors. So that's perhaps one thing I'd add to what has been already said.
Thank you very much for that. And what I'd like to ask is, for example, yes, we have fantastic world leaders here in front of us. If this was the situation at COP, what would you say to them about energy efficiency on the basis of world leaders and commitment moving forward? Perhaps in one sentence as a parting shot before we allow maybe a couple of questions in the session. Starting with Hubert, perhaps?
Yeah, so I would basically say it is established that energy efficiency is the first fuel. It is always better to look for the low-hanging fruits when you have a situation to deal with. And we think energy efficiency, demand-side management is more of a low-hanging fruit rather than investing in generating power, and then these are all wasted through transmission losses or demand-side losses. So I would like to urge the leaders that let's go for the low-hanging fruit, which is energy efficiency.
Thank you very much for that. So, Ms. Karine, please address our world leaders. Thank you.
Yeah, dear world leaders, I would say, I think I would be very short now. I would just say energy efficiency is not an option anymore. We sometimes still discuss it as an option we could eventually look at, or it's not. It's actually a must. And if we don't do it, we are not going to move like we all wish to move. And it's also not only these world leaders, basically, that wish to move, but each and everyone who wants to, have a better life, actually. And I think this message needs to probably be carried out to these world leaders. Thanks.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
That's good. I would say energy efficiency is not an exercise in thrift. It's an experience in abundance. Abundance of emission cuts, abundance of air pollution improvements, more power for the same money, and more local jobs.
Thank you. Mr. Jens?
I'd say everyone has a limited budget, so make it count. And the best way to do so is the least cost option to achieve your objective, which is probably the energy efficiency angle.
Fantastic. I hope you're all convinced, although we've seen that a lot of people don't really take this up, and there's a great opportunity, especially in Africa, to have energy efficiency as the first fuel. And we have quite a bit to do towards COP. I'd like to open up for a couple of comments or questions from the floor. So we do agree that we're all going to go to COP28, and we have the mission efficiency message for energy efficiency. And we're all going to join the mission efficiency ecosystem. That's great. Very, very successful session from my point of view. Did I see a hand up there? Okay, so what I'll do, and probably put you on the spot, because a lot of people have mentioned Africa Development Bank. So maybe, Luke, you could tell us a little bit about the vision we have. Thank you. Thank you, Brian. on what Africa Development Bank is actually doing on the basis of finance, from private sector, public as well. So a bit of action on that before we go into the closing remarks. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Elizabeth. My name is Luc Tossou. So I worked at the African Development Bank as a principal energy efficiency specialist, and I'm based in Nairobi. So to address your question, before addressing your question, what I want to say is that when you were talking about energy efficiency, I think what is important that our government should understand is that energy efficiency is, as many of them have mentioned, is that energy efficiency first. I will say energy efficiency first. The reason why I'm saying this is I remember I worked for GIZ in Nigeria, and every time we go for meetings talking about energy efficiency, all these people, they will bring it to renewable energy, solar panels, and so on. And then we have to tell them at a certain point that actually you have to do energy efficiency first before even thinking about renewable energy. Because you can't produce energy with renewable energy and then waste it. So that's the most important. And at the African Development Bank, we are really taking this seriously. Since we have been also a member of this mission efficiency, and then we see the importance of changing the narrative. That's what we're trying to communicate to the country members, that when you're having an energy sector project, it's always good not just to focus the effort on generation, transmission, and so on, but you also have to look at the demand side aspect. So it's also, and the reason why we're saying that is about these countries, many countries, in terms of priority, energy efficiency is not a priority. If you want them, okay, where do you want to put your resources? It's mainly on generation, transmission, and then forgetting this. And what we're saying, you can have a small component, a component on energy efficiency where you're spending maybe 2 or 5% of the total on energy efficiency. If we start like that, I think it's a right step in the good direction, because at least it will serve as a proof of concept. So for what you're saying, we have the African Development Bank is leading a lot of initiatives on the continent, especially technical assistance initiative to help countries in identifying energy efficiency investment opportunities and providing them with grants, resources to prepare the project and bring them to bankability. So that's what the African Development Bank is doing in terms of technical assistance. So we have these programs where if countries want to, they have an idea of a program, an investment program that they want to implement, they can reach out to the African Development Bank, and then we see how we conduct the feasibility study, the initial, the baseline studies that are really needed to support the design and help them design the program. So that's what we do. And then once we do it, then you have after that the investment part. That's where when you get there, you see that people start dragging their feet because they don't want to put their, spend a lot of resources in there. But we do have these direct supports for investment using the bank resources, and it's also possible the bank has these climate funds where you can use concessional financing to blend with the resources, especially, for example, for on-bill financing appliances. We've just talked that energy efficient appliances, the initial cost is high. So we can use concessional financing to reduce the cost and then promote these energy efficient appliances. So same thing applies to energy efficiency in buildings. So what we are encouraging is that government, they also lead by example by investing in public buildings that consume a lot of electricity. So schools, hospitals, and public street lightings, and any other public infrastructure. So we're providing this direct support to countries to invest in these large-scale energy efficiency investment opportunities, and also for the private sector. So we're covering both sectors. So let me stop here, and if you have a follow-up question, I will be happy to answer that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as Brian takes the mic towards the closing remarks, I'd like to thank you all, especially for a region where 80% of the buildings that will exist in 2050 haven't been built yet. You can see why energy efficiency is such a priority. Because we don't want to come back, as mentioned earlier today, in 20, 30 years to Africa to try and resolve without having lessons learned. And also with the youthful population that's growing, there's going to be increase in electricity. So thank you. I'm passing over to Brian for closing remarks. Thank you.
Okay, great. And first of all, thanks everyone for joining and staying. I want to maybe do the part that Elizabeth was saying that she wanted to talk about, which is, join us in mission efficiency. We're very inclusive, and there's no formal signing or anything like that. Join us in our task forces, create a new task force with us, work together with some of our partners. Really it's that easy to get involved with mission efficiency. We do have 4 task forces right now, but probably growing a couple more in the near future. One of them is on the narrative of energy efficiency, and this is where that energy efficient life, this abundance and the power of energy efficiency, this is where this kind of narrative is coming from. We have a widening the net. This is saying, okay, we need banks on board, we need retailers on board, we need different people than the energy efficiency community to really come together. We have 2 task forces on investing in energy efficiency. One is the mission efficiency marketplace, which is, as mentioned earlier, looking to identify, de-risk, and match energy efficiency solutions. And one that's looking to replicate the great work by Carbon Trust and EBRD on the Green Technology Selector, and actually having a simple tool that banks and other investors can look at to identify what is an approved energy efficiency solution. So those are the 4 current task forces, and hopefully some of that resonates with you as to something that will make an impact moving forward. But as I said, we're happy to work on different areas. There's too much for any one organization to do, so we're very welcoming and looking forward to working with all of you, and of course your partners as well. So with that, thanks to the panel, thanks to Her Excellency, the Ambassador from Kenya, and thanks to all of you, and look forward to further discussions. Have a great day.
perhaps we will just use one. Okay, now it's working.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. There were more people with us. Good afternoon, everyone. I wish we could wait a few more minutes before starting this session, but I'm afraid we're gonna running late in the end. So, good afternoon, everyone. Before introducing our esteemed panelists, I would like to convey my gratitude to UNIDO for having me here as part of the newly established Youth Advisory Group that reflects the organization's commitment to advancing the UN Youth Strategy and the SDGs at large. My name is Melissa Tomassini, and I've had the honor to advise UNIDO's personnel for almost 2 years now on how to meaningfully engage young generations' needs and aspirations into its programming. But now let's warmly welcome our esteemed panelists who will be exchanging valuable views on financing industrial decarbonization in the lead up to G20. The decarbonization of heavy industries like steel, cement, and concrete is still not moving at the pace required to achieve the emission reductions needed by 2030 and 2050. While there are many cost-effective solutions that can be readily deployed, some technologies are capital-intensive and require transformation of industrial processes to enable this shift. During this side event, the actions needed to speed up and drive this process will be presented. Specifically, the main highlights of the UNIDO Lead IT report, produced in collaboration with the leadership group for the industry transition, will be shared. The analysis will then be complemented with the latest findings by the OECD on financing industrial decarbonization in emerging and developing countries, and on how to address the scarcity of financial and technical assistance offered by international financing institutions to heavy industry decarbonizations in these regions. It is a great pleasure to have such a wealth of knowledge on stage. We have with us Ms. Mondini, who has joined us online. She's policy coordinator of the leadership group on the industry transition at UNIDO, and Ms. Nurzat Misalieva, senior energy expert at UNIDO as well, who will be both presenting the lead IT report. After this, we will kick off panel discussion with Mr. Dagger Senjing, industry program lead at OECD, Ms. Elvira Luther, program and research manager within the Climate and Energy Fund at the Industrial Federal Government, Austria Federal Government, apologies, and Mr. Daniel Morris, who's senior climate change specialist and clean energy lead for the climate investment funds. Ms. Mondini, we have the honor to have you join us. You're currently focusing on mapping international technical and finance assistance for industrial decarbonization. Ms. Mondini, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Melissa, for the introduction. Can you hear me well? Just making sure.
Yes, we do. Please go ahead.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot for the introduction, and thanks a lot to UNIDO for having us. As Melissa said, I am a policy coordinator at the LEADIT Secretariat, and I am going to give you a brief introduction into LEADIT's work on financial assistance for heavy industry decarbonization in emerging markets and developing countries. LEADIT has been doing some work on international assistance for heavy industry decarbonization. We published a piece last year on assistance for steel decarbonization specifically, and this year, in the context of our commitment to the Steel Breakthrough Agenda, we are finalizing a piece on assistance for heavy industry decarbonization more broadly that will be published in the next couple of weeks just ahead of COP. Let me just quickly share my screen, and I will give you a brief introduction into what, or brief overview into what that will be. Just give me a second. Let's see if this works. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Fantastic, thank you. Okay, so just for context, giving a little bit of an introduction into the challenges in emerging markets and developing countries specifically. Heavy industry decarbonization in emerging markets and developing countries faces a suite of complex and interlinked challenges, significant real and perceived investment risk, often partly leading to higher costs of capital. State and technical capacity to develop enabling environments is often limited, as is renewable energy penetration. This also bearing in mind, of course, that the bulk of the increase in demand for industrial products expected in the next couple of years will be from emerging markets and developing countries, creating, of course, a need for assistance, specifically targeting heavy industry decarbonization, really lowering the barriers and increasing the incentives for investments in decarbonization, which is where international financial institutions or IFIs come in. IFIs have or can play a key role in de-risking investments for first movers in industrial decarbonization and building up critically needed capacity with both public and private stakeholders. Broadly speaking, assistance provided by IFIs can be categorized into 6 types. For technical assistance at 4 levels and 2 types of financial assistance. So we have technical assistance at the government level, which is anything from formulation of transition plans, policies, regulations, just kind of development of enabling environments. Sectoral level, which often has to do with the development of sectoral pathways. At the corporate level, which can be the development of climate governance structures and formulation of decarbonization pathways. And technical assistance at the project level, which is everything to do with project planning and implementation. And then direct financial assistance and risk mitigation instruments. And what we did in the context of the publication that I mentioned in the beginning is we built a high-level mapping of the extent to which a long list of 23 IFIs provide assistance along these 6 categories. And what you see here is the result of that analysis, which where it is noticeable that, of course, this is a quite nascent space where quite few IFIs do provide such specifically targeted assistance. It is important to stress here that the scope of this analysis is assistance that, as I said, is specifically targeting heavy industry decarbonization, as opposed to regular instruments that are used for it on a case-by-case basis. And it also doesn't take into account the extent to which IFIs participate in specific programs. For instance, the 6 MDBs that participate in CIF's industry decarbonization program as implementing partners. But still, it's pretty clear that this is a nascent space. The second piece of analysis that we did is going into a bit more detail into specific assistance programs or strategies that either focus specifically on heavy industry decarbonization or include it as a focus area. And the purpose here is to show in a bit more detail what kind of instruments they provide. The example that you see on the screen is CIF's industry decarbonization program, but this is really just to kind of show what we did. It's a busy slide, a lot of text, no need to read it all. Also because we will for sure hear later from Daniel a lot about this. But this is just to kind of show the next piece of analysis that we did. Our analysis revealed a number of kind of cross-cutting gaps and shortcomings to existing assistance and approaches. The first one being, as I said, sheer availability, with only a few IFIs, as I said, offering dedicated assistance, and there being only a few specifically dedicated programs at this point yet. So it will be important going forward, not only to develop new instruments and programs, but also, first of all, to fund existing programs and make sure that they achieve meaningful leverage and also provide successful proofs of concept initially. A second observation that we made is that there tends to be rather little public, detailed, and easily accessible information about assistance available, its functioning, and levels of financing available. How IFIs coordinate among each other, for instance, working at different levels in the same country, and how they communicate and co-create with different stakeholder groups. And while there are certainly bilateral communication channels which clarify a lot of this, publicly available and streamlined information can help all stakeholder groups relevant to heavy industry decarbonization not only get involved in relevant projects and initiatives, but also to evaluate the extent to which assistance available is fit for purpose. So it will be important going forward to streamline public information and ensure that all stakeholders have access to it, which is also in line with the recommendations of the Task Force on Access to Climate Finance. And finally, given the need to maximize the impact of resources available, there is a need to transition to coordinated, integrated approaches. On the one hand, the stakeholder landscape relevant to heavy industry decarbonization is a very broad and complex one, encompassing fund providers, recipient governments, IFIs, commercial financiers, corporates in the industry, and civil society. And on the other hand, given the gigantic amount of investments needed, assistance available is likely to be inherently scarce. And these two factors combined really create a situation in which it is important that all stakeholders involved come together and provide their unique contribution, where based on their mandate, their resources, and their expertise, they can make the contribution that has the most transition impact. So given the importance of avoiding the addition of new high carbon assets in this current decade, tackling these different pieces obviously urgent and imperative. And I'm sure colleagues on the panel will have a lot more to say as to how we can achieve this. Over to you, Melissa.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Mondini, for the amazing work conducted to having this critical report out. Actually, there are still a few weeks to go before seeing it released, as well as for highlighting key elements and frameworks, both in the technical and financial, both in technical and financial terms, to ramp up deployment of low carbon options in the short and long term. Ms. Mirsalieva, since you're working on global programs such as the Industrial Energy Accelerator to drive industrial energy efficiency, do you have any additional inputs from a UNIDO perspective that you would like to highlight?
Thank you so much. I will provide inputs, additional comments of things that we have observed while drafting this report, and focus maybe on some of the key recommendations that we have actually elaborated. So the very first recommendation that we have come up with is due to the fact that steel, cement, and other heavy industries, the lifetime of the assets is about 40 years, and one investment cycle is about 25 years. It's actually very important for countries to do a long-term planning and to provide a long-term vision for industry decarbonization and transformation processes, yeah? And therefore, we actually encourage within the paper all the countries to develop industry roadmaps for industry decarbonization, which would outline long-term and medium-term vision for the industry sector, so that actors in this space could plan the next investment cycles when it comes, which we actually, if you think about it, 2050 is only one investment cycle away, and therefore actually the next decade is quite important to make sure that that planning takes place taking into account the net zero goals of the Climate Paris. That's actually number one recommendation that we make. The second recommendation that we make is around financing. A lot has been said about the importance of the financing for this sector, and this is because the deep decarbonization technologies are still not commercially available yet, and they're not available yet at scale. But we do need those decarbonization technologies if we want to really achieve decarbonization of the heavy industries. And therefore, what is really important is to make low-cost financing available for these decarbonization technologies. At the moment, globally, these technologies are only operating at pilot cases, mostly in some of the plants are in Europe and the USA, but really, if you look about the global space, there is a tremendous need to make the dedicated financing available, and I think my colleagues from will talk about the financing instruments. Also because it is important to provide low-cost financing for these technologies because the space, the steel, cement, and concrete industries, it's a very competitive space. And if they have to introduce expensive technologies, it obviously reflects on the price of the commodity, right? And it's a very competitive environment. So to help companies and industries to make that investment decision, you really need to provide the support and actually pay for that green premium that comes with low carbon cement or low carbon steel, etc. Third recommendation has to do with the fact and the trends that most of the growth, both in terms of the consumption and the production of the steel, cement, and concrete, is going to take place in emerging economies and developing countries in the next coming decade. At the same time, these are the countries that have poor infrastructure and they lack capacities and resources to actually invest in heavy, expensive decarbonization technologies. And therefore, it is very important to target financial assistance towards developing countries and emerging economies where we're going to observe the growth of both in the demand and supply of these industries. Yeah? And maybe another two more recommendations that we put in place. Another one is we have to make sure, one of the major reasons or problems why right now we don't have a thriving market of low carbon steel, cement, and concrete or industrial products, because there is no demand for such products. So it is actually important to stimulate demand for this product. And we are asking governments to step up through green public procurement policies to generate this initial demand for low carbon industrial products so that the companies would be more stimulated and encouraged to actually invest in such heavy technologies and to transform the industrial processes. Of course, there are many other recommendations. I would just touch upon one more recommendation that we've made, is an importance of international collaboration when it comes to regulating the sector. If you take steel, for example, it's an internationally traded commodity. It's a very competitive product. The price, if increase or decrease, makes a huge difference. And if countries dare to introduce policies like green public procurement, then we all sort of need to agree what does it make like low carbon steel, yeah? So we need to agree on the approaches, on the standards, on definitions of what do we understand by low carbon cement or low carbon steel, so that we still make sure that we create an even playing field for these industries, yeah? Right now, there are a lot of initiatives taking place on coming up with different standards and definitions for these products. Unless and it's important to, we probably cannot harmonize to 100%, it's not impossible. It's not probably, it will be very difficult, but at least achieve some sort of harmonization so that we don't have a fragmented market in the future. I think that would be the key takeaways from this report that we came up with for the countries to take forward the industry decarbonization agenda, specifically focusing on the heavy industries. Thanks a lot.
Many thanks, Ms. Mirsalieva, for this brief yet comprehensive overview of the current decarbonization challenges and solutions. UNIDO is indeed at the forefront of clean energy infrastructure and product development that address resource efficiency and material circularity. But now let's deep dive into the available financing mechanisms and frameworks, related barriers and needs through a panel discussion among our invited speakers in the House. Mr. Saijing, in your current role at the Environment Directorate of OECD, you are leading the industry decarbonization program. Based on the three forthcoming OECD reports and working papers, what are some of the financing solutions we need to currently foster industry decarbonization in emerging and developing countries? And above all, do you see a need to strengthen the offering for technical assistance on industrial decarbonization globally?
Thank you. I guess this works. Thank you for that. First of all, congratulations for this event and the side event specifically. My director was speaking at the previous high-level panel, and she mentioned there the Climate Club, which responds in a way to the recommendations which we've heard today, and for this forthcoming report from the LEADIT. There is a need for, first of all, coordination of all the financing available, technical assistance available. Together with the UNIDO team and as the interim secretary of the Climate Club, as OECD and the IEA, we are finalizing a matchmaking platform. So this is a global platform which will bring the donors and the recipients, beneficiary countries together to exchange on the financing, but also on the available technical assistance offer for industry decarbonization. More details will be available at the COP once it's launched. Now, the reason why I'm saying this, and we've been hearing a lot on financing, what exactly do we mean actually with the financing? The ultimate objective is obviously to mobilize and unlock private capital. That's the key. All those de-risking measures, public finance interventions, etc., all should be leading to that. So strategically using public resources, public finance, which is especially very scarce in emerging economies, and considering the many other priorities these countries have beyond energy and climate and industry transformation, it is very important to keep that in mind. And then the other part, so that's the public finance, but then the other part is the, a spectrum of enabling conditions. That's probably the priority before it comes to public finance for creating an environment for investments. Now, this is the core of the work of the OECD, where we collaborate with various emerging economies, so non-OECD countries. It's important to understand for industry, it is not just a steel mill or it's a cement kiln. We need to think of the entire value chain, from the supply of raw materials. We've heard scrap today several times. We've heard energy, so hydrogen as a feedstock or fuel. Then the production of the materials, but then what do you do with them? The use of the products and then their end of life. So across this value chain, it's necessary to keep in mind there are different types of barriers, risks, that need to be overcome with different instruments and solutions. So it is necessary to keep that in mind, and I'll try to elaborate based on those. I think when you look at the, let's say, the upfront production part, so we heard about hydrogen, we know it's very capital intensive. We heard about steel, we always talk about green steel. And when I say green steel, let's take the example of a direct reduced iron. So producing iron from iron ore, but also with scrap, using hydrogen as a fuel, or as a reducing agent. The investment cost for this, and for a small plant of 1 million tons per year, it's $1 billion. So a small iron plant with renewable hydrogen costs $1 billion. This is a huge amount of money. Another issue, let's assume one decides to invest in this, how do you access that money? That's the other point. And then how are we going to discount this investment throughout the lifetime? And when I say discount, it's obviously the weighted average cost of capital or simply the cost of capital. This is becoming a big issue. Again, a number. Today, the best projects for hydrogen, green hydrogen, is about $3 a kilogram with a, let's say, cost of capital of about 10%. If you double that from 10% to 20% cost of capital, it goes more than $5 a kilogram. Just the impact of cost of capital, keep all the other parameters the same. Then you have the OPEX, so that's the production processes, and then the product use. So that's also an issue. So each of these areas requires a different type of solution. And let me give a few financing instruments from the paper that will come in a few weeks from the OECD side. For the CAPEX side, for the production assets, we hear a lot of instruments like Viability Gap Fund, concessional loans. I think we've heard that today throughout the conference already. But what's key here is that the both international and national financing sources need to be explored. We've heard today the IFI role, so that's key, but also within the countries themselves, public finance or let's say different types of instruments that are locally provided could play a role. Another issue is on the current local currency use, which is subject to risks and volatility. So their currency exchange fine type of instruments could be important. And you need a suite of de-risking measures for the rest of the value chain. You know, blended finance, insurance guarantees, a few examples that can help to lower the cost of capital. Maybe less possible for emerging economies, but contract for differences, provided that there's also a carbon market, then a carbon contract for difference type of instruments are you know, showing to be successful in some OECD countries. And finally, the offtake part is key, so the product use. If there is no consumer for your green steel, for your green cement, it's a big issue. We just heard you need to create demand. Without that, the cost of capital will be high, nobody will invest in that project, or better not invest in that project if you cannot sell it. So the final point, and I will just try to combine it with what I said at the beginning, I said mobilizing private capital. In the power sector, we see quite a you know, large intervention or a growing intervention from institutional investors, which have very different risk-return profile. For industry, this could also be an important source of finance, but they are very careful on the risks that are posed by the local currency and the exchange rates. So also instruments to overcome such risk could utilize new sources of private capital like institutional investors, and this is an area which is seeming to attract some attention. So these are a few things which I wanted to share, and these are workable or working instruments. And in our forthcoming paper, you'll see more with actual real projects, how they have been applied, and I'm happy to share that in a few weeks with you. Thank you.
Many thanks, Mr. Saijin. The transition to low-carbon technologies in the steel and cement sectors is indeed hindered by high upfront capital costs, as you were rightly highlighting, and it is clear that these challenges can be overcome through international cooperation to increase investment risks, to reduce investments risks, lower the cost of capital, and ultimately facilitate the mobilization of private capital towards industry transition. But now let's zoom in a bit on Austria, the country that is generously hosting us. Ms. Luther is responsible for the design and management of the National Energy Research and Innovation Programs at the Austrian federal government's Climate and Energy Fund. Looking at the Austrian government's contribution to the sector, what are some of the financing schemes available for industry in Austria to drive industrial decarbonization? And what can be shared from Austria's experience with other countries?
Yes, thank you very much for the nice introduction and also for the invitation. Yes, I can confirm what the previous speakers told you, that we in Austria, let's say, we did what is in your recommendations and it's working. What we started, let's say, the Austrian Climate and Energy Fund, we are owned by the Ministry of Climate Action. We receive the funds from them. And our role is, let's say, to bring results from research into the market. And since more than 10 years now, we are working on industrial decarbonization in the energy research program. And we started with the roadmap. And the aim was to find out where research is still needed. And also other supporting instruments, and yes, to develop, let's say, start building trust with industry. Because when we started working, industry was, let's say, questioning what the Austrian Climate and Energy Fund is wanting from them. And after 1 year, they had trust, and what they started then also, let's say, to submit projects to the call for proposals. In 2015, then we started, let's say, the energy research program is low TRL levels and technology open, and we have one topic is industrial decarbonization. In 2015, then we started an innovation initiative called the Flagship Region Energy. It was a mission-oriented program. It was, let's say, a combination of research, which is very close to the market, and demonstration funding. So we used two different funding schemes. And let's say this was the first initiative where we said that we will have 3 calls for projects. And there were the 3 project regions, or flagship regions, how we called them. And there was always a coordinator for each region. And one of these regions was the so-called New Energy for Industry. And this was a very successful one. And I think there we can share, let's say, the experience. Because what these coordinators of the flagship region, they received also funding. They went to industry in order to convince them to take a look on the different industrial sites where there is innovation necessary, and they accompanied these industry players in the whole application process, and also together with them identified the technology providers, because they are very important. We don't have the technologies yet for industrial decarbonization on industrial scale, so they identified, let's say, what is available on the market, and to find the solutions. And yes, also, let's say, one was, we had this cross-clusteral approach. For example, if you have a heat pump, and it was demonstrated in the food industry, in the cement industry, and also in the steam industry. And so the technology provider could see the different, how this technology is working in the different environments. Yes, which at the end then also helps them to bring it faster to the market. And yes, let's say, and now the next step, what is, let's say, based on the experience we had in the flagship region energy, this year we started a new, bigger program, also more closer to the market. It's so-called transformation of industry. We have in total 3 billion euros for industrial decarbonization, which for Austria is really a very high amount. And 10% of this funding is for R&D. And there we fund also research projects and demonstration projects. And in the demonstration projects, it's very important, let's say, that government is taking risk, that they don't have to, let's say, it's also possible that the technology does not work. And that it's not going into, let's say, real operation, because they need to see if it's working or not. And if it's working, maybe they don't want to use anymore the pilot plant and go up into the next step. And yes, what can other countries learn? What you need is a mission-oriented program. So the government's, let's say, industry and research is having the ideas and not the government. Then cover the whole chain of innovation. You need community building and the ecosystem. And the next step, I think, for Austria, and this is why I'm here for Mission Innovation, where we started, is international cooperation, because it's necessary that all countries worldwide don't make the same mistakes again. Because if they, let's say, have one technology, it's not working, they should share their experience and learn what is working. And so we need, at the end, less money, and we are coming in a shorter time to reach industrial decarbonization.
Thank you very much, Ms. Luder, for highlighting Austria's valuable contribution. in converting industrial sector to achieve the climate targets set in the Paris Agreements. I shall recall that the country is committed to achieving carbon neutrality by 2040 at the latest, so 10 years earlier than the ambition set by the European Union. Mr. Morrison, you've spent 15 years working on the frontiers of policy, finance, economics to build lasting solutions to the climate crisis. As the clean energy and industry lead at Climate Investment Funds, one of the largest multilateral climate funds, would you like to tell us how it is contributed to unlocking financing for industrial decarbonization? And who are the first countries you see ready to start such programs? And are projects in emerging countries financially ready?
Thanks, Melissa, and appreciate the opportunity to be here and join this great panel to talk about one of the most popular topics of the day, which is industry decarbonization in emerging economies, which is nice because a year ago we were having these conversations and it was very much focused on what that means for countries in the north and what the experience is. And over the past year, there's been a real recognition in the international community that we need to be focusing on this type of work in developing countries and emerging markets. And so we in the climate investment funds have been actively supporting climate projects in emerging markets and developing economies for the past 15 years. Our reason for being is basically to help the international financial community and specifically multilateral development banks figure out how to do climate finance. And the way that we help to do that is by providing concessional resources, money that can handle a lot of different activities and reduce the risk of certain activities in a way that allows the MDBs to get into spaces where they currently aren't comfortable going by themselves. So what that means for industry decarbonization is that we're sort of at the beginning stages of that. And you've heard many people today ask about financing. Where does financing come from? How do we mobilize the type of finance necessary to do the work that needs to be done at the scale that needs to be done? It's important to point out that I think about 80% of emissions related to industry decarbonization are coming from developing countries. And we expect that number to increase over time because that is where so much of the growth is going to happen. Our friends at UNIDO have this great quote that I use all the time, which is, the world will essentially build a new New York City every month for the next 40 years in terms of material, in terms of infrastructure. And so what that means is how we need to start investing in the type of activities and the type of infrastructure that can ensure that that is as low carbon as much as possible. Nurzrat said it best, investment cycles are 25 years, and we're at the beginning of the investment cycle that will get us to 2050. So what we in the climate investment funds are looking to do is bring our concessional finance to bear across industry and across different countries using our model, which we think is quite impactful and compelling. It essentially requires countries, MDBs, and other stakeholders in this space, private sector, civil society, to come together and figure out what an investment plan for a specific sector looks like. We provide an envelope of concessional resources that can leverage more investments coming forward. So in our clean tech spaces, our leverage ratio is about 1 to 10. So if we're bringing, $50 or $100 million to the table in a specific country, we expect that can mobilize anywhere between, 500 to $1 billion in additional resources coming from MDBs, coming from the private sector, coming from other sources. With private sector in particular, we have a great success rate. About 1/3 of our co-financing over the years has come from the private sector. For industry decarbonization, that's going to be critically important. You've heard a number of people talk today about the importance of private sector and how private sector needs to be in the lead, both at the firm level and, as Degar was saying, at the institutional investor level. So I think when it comes to firms and working in country, our new industry decarbonization program is built to ensure that those activities are a part of a country's investment plan from the beginning. So this program has specific requirements for private sector to be involved. Within a country's envelope of resources, there needs to be at least 20%, if not up to 80%, dedicated to direct private sector financing. These are public resources going to the private sector at concessional levels to help them do things that they wouldn't do on their own in different technologies, right? A lot of the talk in these venues and others is on cement, steel, chemicals, even metals like aluminum. Those are all very important, but our program is meant to be flexible and to cover a number of different industry sectors that maybe aren't always front of mind when you have these conversations. That includes things like shipping and low emissions shipping. It could include other things like textiles or glass and things like that. So the point of the program is to be really flexible. It's to facilitate private sector investment, make sure that they're engaged from the beginning, but it's also to ensure that whatever activity happens, it fits within the framework of a just transition. So another requirement of our program is that workers who are engaged at all levels of industrial activity are a part of this conversation from the beginning. The types of activities that can benefit a factory or an industrial scale operation might make sense when we're in a room and reading papers, but the workers on the ground can see something different. And so having them engaged from day one and ensuring that the types of activities that are being proposed are viable when it comes to reducing emissions, but also can ensure that people's livelihoods are considered, are protected where possible, and if there needs to be a transition to different types of work, the types of activities that are necessary to ensure that transition are considered as part of the equation. So that's a little bit about the program. Melissa, you asked about countries that we see sort of emerging. I'll say that our program right now does not have, it doesn't have a set of countries in which it's expected to work. We're keeping it open, and eventually, once we are properly capitalized at a level we think is sufficient, we'll do a call for proposals and encourage countries to come forward and apply to be a part of the program. So that's an area where the roadmaps that colleagues at UNIDO and OECD are working on will really benefit a country, give them a leg up to get access to the resources. But many of you have been part of these conversations, know who's out there, know which countries are really interested in doing this kind of work, and those are the ones that we expect to come forward. So I guess very quickly I'll put them in sort of two categories. There's the major emerging economy category, those economies that have a strong industrial base and continue to grow it. So Brazil, South Africa, India, Indonesia, Turkey. We expect that they'll be very active and excited to participate in the program, and we're certainly looking forward to seeing what they propose to participate. But there's another group of countries that I think require attention as well, and those that maybe are not traditionally thought of as having a strong industrial base or a big industrial base, but are still active in specific sectors. So earlier today there was a conversation where there were a number of African countries talking about their involvement in the cement sector. We would want to give countries like that an opportunity to access these resources and make sure that they can take advantage of what we think of as the transformational power of our concessional resources. So we want to be able to benefit the big players, the smaller players as well, and really at the end of the day, find the areas where we can have the most impact, where the application of concessional finance can be the most transformational. So we look forward to launching the program and figuring out where that can happen. And I think we will immensely benefit from the work that colleagues here on the panel, both online and in the room, are doing. that will help us figure out where we can get the biggest bang for our concessional buck.
Thank you very much, Mr. Morris, for sharing how Climate Investment Funds is actually pioneering climate smart planning through long-term financial solutions, especially in developing countries. As we're now approaching the end of this session, I would invite all panelists to deliver a closing statement as a key takeaway from this inspiring session. What is the recommendation you have to the G20 presidency next week with a view to channeling more finance for industrial decarbonization, especially in developing countries? Would you like to start, Ms. Lutter?
Let's say, I have to think about it. Yes, maybe let's say that there should be a partnership between the public sector and the financing sector. Because, for example, I think many technology providers will come, let's say, from Western countries, and this new technology for industrial decarbonization. And yes, bringing those technologies to developing countries and have them tailor-made, I think a partnership would be good.
Wonderful. Yeah, over to you.
Thank you. I think we have already done a lot of work in terms of identifying challenges and formulating recommendations how to move forward. And I think one thing that I would recommend is actually to take forward one of those recommendations and action it, put it into action. And I would totally agree with my colleague that another thing that is so important to start acting upon is enhancing the international collaboration on this topic, because without such collaboration, it's going to come to us at a much higher cost.
Yeah, totally agree.
Yeah, thank you. There are a number of things I think the G20 can do, and it'll be interesting next year. Brazil will take on the lead. You heard me mention them before. I think they're very active in this space and very interested in what can happen. There's a benefit from having a leading developing economy in charge of G20 because it can facilitate the sort of conversations that need to be had. One, I think both panelists mentioned it, sort of the sharing of lessons learned, and in particular, to the extent that this work has accelerated in developed OECD, global north countries, there are benefits that then can be brought to those developing economies that want to do the same kind of thing. And I think unlike other spaces, the difference between developed and developing countries is it's not very high. Like we're all kind of walking the same path at the same time. But in the plenary earlier today, I think you heard Damalola from SE4All say that in developing countries, there's not necessarily a need for a transition plan because that development has to happen from the ground. And so don't even bother transitioning, just immediately get countries on that zero carbon path, which I think is a great way to think about it. And the G20 can definitely facilitate that. One way they can do that is to take advantage of the conversations that are happening here and in other venues. I will say in the industry decarbonization space, there's a lot of activity and there is a lot of existing coordination, more so than I've seen in other spaces. UNIDO is working with OECD or working with, interested governments like Germany, UK, others. They're talking to us. There's a lot of things out there that are already happening. So what the G20 can do is take advantage of existing models, take advantage of existing efforts, financing channels like we have in the CIF that build on the work that the multilateral development banks do, figure out how to get that all in one place and then execute. We don't necessarily need to build new initiatives. We don't need a whole additional infrastructure. Let's take the good work that's been done and figure out how to amplify it as best we can, as quickly as we can.
Thank you. I think this recommendation at the very end was key. And there's no reason to come up with a new initiative, perhaps, to take stock of what's happening already on industry decarbonization, which is a growing and a crowded space already, and to facilitate international cooperation. I think G20 can easily do that. At the end of the day, it's a high-level political, governmental forum, no? So this is one thing which it can easily facilitate. And the second thing is, we talked about finance. For industry, finance will happen one way or another. It's important that it goes in the right direction, that finance should be aligned with net zero pathways. So that's the key, and that it should be aligned with Paris Agreement goals. And I think the G20 can steer that with its dialogue and with all the major industrial emerging and developed countries being present on the table. So that's the second recommendation I would suggest. And I think maybe the lead colleagues also have.
Dini, we would highly appreciate it if you shared your comments on that.
Yes, I think one aspect that I would point out is the need to raise the profile of industry decarbonization by linking it into finance. That goes a little bit to Dager's point also. There is, for energy, there is a lot of structures already, but industry is in a way a bit behind on that aspect. So I think it's really important to specifically to connect the G20's sustainable finance roadmaps focus area on public finance, specifically into the industry decarbonization part of the G20's political track. That's one thing. And then another aspect that I will maybe also mention is the importance of mandates. Everything that I explained on our work on IFIs having specific instruments and programs targeting heavy industry decarbonization eventually comes down to mandates. So sooner or later, it will come down to the question of whether or not MDBs, other IFIs have mandates to come up with such instruments. So that's also very important, I think I would say.
Thank you very much. All good points raised. Do we have any reaction from participants? If not, I shall conclude this event by stressing that decarbonizing the global steel and cement industries require emissions to fall by 90% by 2050. For this to materialize, it is estimated that transition to low carbon technologies would require approximately $200 billion in USD per annum till 2050 for the global steel sector, and more than $1,000 billion per annum for various decarbonization initiatives. So this backdrop, therefore, reminds us to act collaboratively, to share solidarity and responsibility to support the green transition while building momentum ahead of G20. Please join me in giving a round of applause to our speakers. Thank you very much for your precious contribution.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining today's session. So this panel will focus on engineering Africa's energy transition. We'll discuss now innovation, challenges, and sustainable solutions. It will be a panel discussion. And to kick us off today, I would like to invite Mr. Sion Su, Deputy to the Director General and Managing Director of the Directorate of Technical Cooperation and Sustainable Industrial Development at UNIDO, to provide some opening remarks.
Thank you. Distinguished guests and partners, ladies and gentlemen, I'm pleased to welcome you on behalf of UNIDO to this sad event organized by the Council of Engineers for the Energy Transition, a global high-level body of engineers and energy system experts providing scientific and engineering perspectives to the UN Secretary General on key technologies for energy transition. UNIDO, as the UN special agency mandated to promote inclusive and sustainable industrial development, is proud to co-host the Council of Engineers for Energy Transition. We provide state-of-the-art scientific and engineering perspectives to support the UN family. So today's session, Engineering Africa's Energy Transition, Innovations, Challenges, and Sustainable Solutions, discusses how the continent of Africa, with its vast potential and a varied topography, is on the verge of an energy revolution. So unquestionably, there is a present need to resolve the divergent priorities for decarbonizing power systems in Africa and address the prevailing energy access gaps. 1/6 of the world population resides in Africa. You may have already heard from the opening that of D.G. Müller and also SDG's Special Advisor on Africa, Mr. Drought, the situation now faced in Africa. So basically, Africa people represent less than 6% of total world energy consumption and less than 3% of total global emissions. So Africa is a growing continent with a very young population and ample development potential. This presents an opportunity to drive investment in a sustainable energy infrastructure and leapfrogging into low-carbon options. Many African countries are not yet on track to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal 7 target of ensuring everyone can access affordable, dependable, sustainable, and modern energy. Nearly 600 million Africans, equivalent to 43% of the continent's population, lacked access to electricity in 2021, and 80% of the population still relies on traditional biomass for preparing food. This, in turn, resulted in more than 500,000 annual deaths linked to indoor pollution. So engineering pathways and technologies that can reshape Africa's energy landscape should stand at the heart of Africa's transformation. We firmly believe that by focusing on engineering and the technology aspects, we can create a solid foundation for achieving clean energy goals in the continent. Distinguished guests, UNIDO is committed to further assist member states globally and work alongside partners to advance the energy transition and promote synergies with industrial transformation. The energy transition is crucial to achieving our mandate of promoting inclusive and sustainable industrial development, and the industrialization is key to unlock the full benefits of the energy transition. So through the combination of policy advisory services and technical cooperation, UNIDO is well positioned to serve the continent. I would like to end by thanking all the engineers on the Council for their commitment and contribution to the Council's work. I would also like to thank Sustainable Development Solution Network, SDSN in short, and Professor Sachs personally for the excellent collaboration to drive the Council's work. Thanks also to the ENIA Foundation for its support to the Council, and the final appreciation for all sister agencies within the UN family that continuously feed into this work. I hope this conversation will spark new ideas and solutions to advance Africa's transformation. And let's work together to engineer Africa's energy transition so that we all benefit from a better, more sustainable future. Thank you.
For the remarks. Now we'll move straight to the discussion. I'd like to invite to the stage Nora Maguero, founder and CEO of Drop Access, and one of the members of the UN Council of Engineers for the Energy Transition. I'd also like to invite Mrs. Emida Silvera, professor at Cornell University and member of the UN Council of Engineers for the Energy Transition. Mr. Peter Gorge, partner and co-investment director at Spark Plus Africa Fund. To also invite Ana Maria Camelo Vega, senior economics and finance researcher at Columbia Center on Sustainable Investment. And to our moderator today, Mrs. Radia Salawi, chief of the energy section, Sustainable Development Policy Divisions at UN ESQA. Over to you, Radia.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the welcoming remark and for setting the stage. And let's consider we are in the African continent. Our objective is how really to implement large-scale solutions, because the gap is certainly large and it's needed, all the effort are needed. Since we speak about the Council of Engineers, so certainly we look at innovative solutions from the energy engineering perspective, be it innovative solutions from the business model, financial capacity building, but also customized solutions to the local context of Africa. Maybe to start with the end for the supply chain, maybe from the role of private sector. What we've seen in Africa, there's excellent business models and case studies of implementation from also the role of private sector in implementing decentralized solutions, be it on electricity access, but also on clean cooking. And Nora, you have an excellent, I would say, experience in this field. Specifically, I've been listening to you in the previous session, and I enjoyed listening, although it's the entry point was from agenda. But I would like to hear from you from private sector perspective, how you see that the role of engineers when looking to innovative solutions to help to address the access gap, but specifically customer to the local context of Africa, and how you see the role of private sector.
Thank you so much for that. Yes, my name is Nora Maguero. I am from Kenya. I'm an engineer by profession and also a member of the Council of Engineers for the Energy Transition. I am the co-chair for the Energy Access Working Group, so the responsibility is huge. Especially for Africa, I always feel like, oh my God, this better work, you know, we have to drive this agenda. And from an engineering perspective, and also just working a bit within the energy or rather clean energy sector, I say that for us to really just drive the agenda home and to achieve the goals of the strategies that we've set, I believe we must generate as much as possible from clean energy solutions and just ensure that there's just, for starters, access for anybody who needs it. And second, we must have productive use for this power, because there's so many issues affecting the continent, the African continent. We have poverty, we have poverty and its children now, energy access, and all intertwined in that. And the statistics keep on bothering me. Like, ever since I was growing up, I used to hear these statistics. It's just staggering. It's not really changing as fast as possible. And having worked as an engineer in this space and running my own organization that produces technologies within the African continent, I feel like if we just have enough productive use and practical technologies to off-take all this generation that you want within the continent, then we can actually make a very big dent into that transition that we foresee. And obviously, as engineers, we play a very big role in ensuring that there is appropriate R&D done, and it's also equitable R&D. And when I talk of equitable R&D and technology development from an engendered perspective, sadly enough, with the energy poverty, we women are the most afflicted by it, because also we're the biggest interactors. And we find that the technologies that are being brought into the market, we're always trying to fit into them. And I feel like we're not really achieving our milestones of equitable energy access that targets women. So I feel there's still an opportunity to just develop technologies that truly embraces the woman persona, truly embraces their typical rural home, typical off-grid situation. That kind of persona, and it's long-lasting. Like, it contributes and has compounding impacts to it. Let's give more than light, even as we do more generation and bring into technologies. But we have to come up with the engineered solutions that are economically viable. And that's why I always still go back to productive use. If we're going to generate as much as possible, we engineers, it's our responsibility to ensure that we are bringing so many technologies to maturity. We bring them as fast as possible. We bring them to be better and quality technologies that still fit into the African ecosystem and just drive the agenda home. That truly it gets to a point where we just completely change the statistics of 600K people who don't have access to electricity, or even is it 800K now because of COVID. So for us as an engineer, I feel personally responsible to take part in just development of these technologies outrightly. Whether it's a technology that is going to impact the food ecosystem for food security. Food security is still a very big issue in my continent, which doesn't make sense considering, like, with such a productive landscape of we have enough land, but obviously there's so many issues that are affecting food security, and also climate change is coming in to just rip so many of the gains that we keep on making. But then also healthcare is still a big issue, so we must put in the technologies as engineers that still plays in the nexus of energy access and healthcare, energy access and education. And it's our role as engineers to ensure that these technologies truly meet the goals. I know capitalism has so much to play in what's coming to the market, and we can't help it. At the end of the day, an investor will want to know, and maybe just you want to know, like, where's the money going to flow? Like, how is it moving from point A to point B? Because whoever's bringing the money wants to find out how am I going to make my money out of it. And it's business, and it makes sense, and business drives the world. But then the impact side of these technologies truly being sustainable and impacting so much, that lies with us as engineers. As we bring them to fruition, as we bring them to maturity, is our responsibility to truly ascertain and evaluate that they're equitable as much as possible. And it still goes back to R&Ds, still goes back to research through engineering, and also engineering for the future. So I used to joke a lot when I was trying to develop solutions within the water energy food nexus, that Africa, being the young continent, also taking up clean energy technologies, 25 years are going to come when all the solars that have been installed in the capacity are going to be degraded. What are we going to do? Are we going to go back to square one and say, ooh, now we have a landfill of solar panels? I find that truly unacceptable. So that is why we come in and just integrate engineering solutions that truly last. I want to see circularity models that off-take the solar panels, the wind turbines, the blades, and recycle them back into the economy and meaningfully create economic value for the continent. Maybe introduce manufacturing within the African ecosystem and truly introduce manufacturing and finance it. Because I am a manufacturer, and there's so many issues with manufacturing within the continent, especially clean tech manufacturing, because it's been done somewhere else. China is a big player in manufacturing, and normally people say that, ooh, Nora, why are you making solar fridges in Kenya? And you can actually take it to China. But then, come on, the jobs that to be created, the circularity models that we're including in our manufacturing that is not being done somewhere else. Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, you bring me to when we speak about the productive use, and this is where really you can implement integrated solutions that help to address several SDGs, but also address the climate actions. I've been implementing the Western Asia, specifically in the countries like Lebanon, where we have conflict. We've seen how when we integrate solutions that address the water energy nexus, and from engineer perspective, when you look at also the circularity, you not only empower the woman, you empower the community, you create revenues, but also from social inclusion in conflict areas is extremely important. And that's why maybe to look at, in this aspect, good that you did mention the circularity and productive use. It's good also to see how just when we speak about biogas, for example. Maybe we speak about biogas when we link that to not only the electricity, but also linking that also to clean cooking. And how, from your perspective, Semida, since you've been working on that, and it's something that is close to your heart, and you say always this is the low-hanging fruit. From your perspective, how really expanding on that, and an example that you knew from the region and the African continent can really help to, from innovative solution and engineering, help to address the access gap.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for this question. I'm Semida Silveira, and I'm today professor at Cornell University. I would say that what characterizes my background is energy and climate policy, sustainability, and I was always passionate about the topic of development and the challenge of development. And then when it comes to energy, as an energy planner, my take is that energy is cross-cutting. So whenever I say I'm an energy planner, people say, which technology? So we are in the Council of Engineers, but I say, no, it's not the technology. The technology is one important part of it, but technology is actually 30% of the business. The other 70% is all the service or everything that actually generates all the spillovers. And I think a big mistake we made, if we see in perspective, is to think that energy, knowing that energy is so important for development, taking it as a linear process. First we bring the energy, and then we bring the development. But that's not the way it goes. Everything has to happen at the same time. And so in the council, we have developed a brief on the biogas, which is kind of incorporates this idea. I just came from the panel on clean cooking, and it was a fantastic panel, many panels, 3 panels, but nobody said the word biogas. And biogas, the brief we developed, biogas, small-scale biogas for cooking in rural areas. And it was very important that it was this focus, because biogas in large scale is picking up now for biomethane production, for wastewater management in urban areas, for landfill management, etc. But small-scale biomass will fit into the structure of farming in sub-Saharan Africa, where you have many, many small farms. And yes, we can organize it also at the community level, but not always. And it is a low-hanging fruit. Wherever you have some crop, wherever you have 2 cows, wherever you have a few pigs, you have what you need to produce a small-scale biogas for cooking. And that cooking will bring, it's cooking and it's lighting, even before you do anything else. You know, when we did cook stoves, we were focused on the efficiency of the cook stove. That's why I say we cannot only think of the technology, because we worked so hard to improve the combustion of the cook stove. And you improve the combustion of the cooking stove. And was very surprised that people were not using it. And I challenge if it's only culture. It's not only culture, but by improving the combustion, you closed the light and you took away the heat. That is also important in many places. So you took away 2 services. You kept the cooking because you focused only on the cooking. Yeah? But now we have to do the cooking, and we need to think affordability. So we're asking people to go away from a fuel that they collect for free, the dung or the wood fuel, and go over to pay for the cooking fuel. It can happen. In Brazil, the LPG really gained traction, and it went very fast in rural areas and everywhere. But we also see that today, in hard times, when people don't have money, they go over to wood fuel some places again, because affordability remains an issue and LPG is expensive. So what we did in this brief on the biogas is to look at in what ways it could be a solution, and we have looked at experiences from all over the world in different for small-scale biogas, and how much we have learned that it can even work in arid areas, because you need also water for the biogas, but it can work also in arid areas. But you have to contextualize the technology. You need the support for that technology to work, because it will not go on its own. But where it succeeded, it created even income, because as a result, a residue of that, you have the fertilizer that people have used for agriculture. So as we push for the development of agriculture, which has to happen for food security, if we do this together with the energy, with the cooking fuel solutions, we have the feedstocks there, and that will increase the resilience and empower the local communities with a feedstock that they already have. And with 2 cows, you cook as much as you want, 2 meals per day. And I have visited projects of this type, and you have the light, because you can use the gas for lighting, and that can be a stepstone for other uses of the biogas. In Bangladesh, in fact, we put a membrane, because Bangladesh has real problems with arsenic in the water. So if you want to drink clean water in Bangladesh, you have to buy clean water. But when doing the biogas, in the process you have the low heat of the biogas generation, and that low heat is enough to actually clean the water with a membrane. It is fantastic. So we got 2 products, increased the total efficiency. So for me, it's the total efficiency of the system, and actually building also bottom-up the solutions that are on the ground.
Yeah, thank you very much. And actually, building on efficiency help to build the resilience as well, and look into that integrated solution when it comes to clean cooking, the role of LPG, but all of this, when we speak about biogas, is all of that need not only policy support and regulations, but need the finance in order to upscale. And this is the major challenge that we face specifically on de-risking this kind of project. And that's why I wanted to hear more from Peter when you speak about de-risking investment, specifically in a continent where we're speaking about the access gap on electricity, but also clean cooking, and specifically clean cooking, which is not taken maybe seriously, or let's say not on the top of the agenda of policymakers when it comes versus access to electricity. When there is a potential to integrate both, as highlighted by Semida, looking both solutions can help to address both gaps. So from your perspective, how you see really how we can make impact on large scale from a finance and engineering perspective, and what's the business model you see it maybe from clean cooking and your experience in this field?
Great. Oh, thank you very much, and thanks for inviting me to be part of this panel. I'm not at all an engineer, so completely outmatched in technical regard. But I'm Peter George. I co-manage a fund called Spark Plus, which is a fund that we developed during my time working with the Clean Cooking Alliance. The fund is a $64 million debt fund with capital from a mix of public and private investors. So we have DFIs, the US DFI DFC, we have the European Commission, African Development Bank, IFU from Denmark, and BIO from Belgium. I think I covered all of them. And then we have a mix of private investors, including family offices, foundations, and Swiss pension funds. We have a number of pension funds from Switzerland. So to your question, I mean, in the clean cooking space, there are a number of really interesting innovations occurring. One is a fund like ours. It's a blended fund that's using concessional money from governments and foundations to essentially mobilize commercial capital from pension funds and other sort of commercial investors. And the way that it's sort of set up, it's a structured, it's almost like a mortgage-backed security where you have different tranches within the fund that take different levels of risk and earn different returns. And so that allows different types of money to come into a very nascent sector like clean cooking. So that's an interesting innovation. It's a way to leverage public concessional capital to mobilize private commercial capital. On the technology side, I mean, the reason why we were able to make the case to both the public and private investors who invested in the fund that now is the time to fund an investment fund to invest in this sector. Obviously, if we had been doing this 5 or 10 years ago, they would have said, sounds nice initiative, but what are you investing in? And how are you going to have successful investments? Because ultimately, even if we're the concessional money, we want our money back. If we're the commercial money, we want our money back with a higher return. So what's happening now in the sector is that there are a number of different business models that are really innovative and really, integrate different forms of technology, Internet of Things, everything from, smart meter enabled LPG business models where you add a smart meter with a SIM card, a GSM chip that locks and unlocks depending on whether you've paid for the fuel for the day, so that you can essentially purchase LPG in the same way that you would purchase a tin of charcoal. Another model that's really interesting that's starting to scale outside of Kenya, it's already at 1 million customers in Kenya, is ethanol through a network of fuel ATMs. So the fuel ATMs are mobile money enabled. You can use your M-Pesa account to purchase, again, a very small amount of ethanol in the way that you would purchase charcoal or wood. That is another example of integrating technology. We're looking at companies that are integrating pay-as-you-go technology into electric cook stoves, induction cookers. So then you might make induction cooking electric for the consumers who are on the grid or have electricity affordable, because the big gap is it's both the operating cost, it's the running cost, but it's really the upfront purchase price. And so if you can spread that purchase price over time, as you do with a pay-as-you-go enabled electric appliance, then it's much more accessible and affordable for more people. So there's all kinds of technology being integrated into different business models across pellets, ethanol, LPG, even biomass cook stoves. We're looking at a company that is integrating, again, a USSD technology into the stove that then syncs at various periods, not every day, but it'll sync every, let's say every month or couple months, and transfers the usage data, which then generate very high quality carbon credits because they're backed by the actual usage data. And that's a stove that can burn wood, charcoal, dung, other sort of traditional biomass much cleaner. Then the last thing I'll just mention is that, the other innovation that's really critical to this market is carbon finance. It is just impossible to serve much of the unserved, market with regards to clean cooking. Let's say between 60 to 90% of most countries in Africa that are cooking with traditional fuels, you will be unable to serve most of that market on a purely commercial basis. You need subsidy, you need carbon finance, you need somebody to add revenues to the companies to enable them to be sustainable. If you rely on the customers to support the business model in full, it just won't work. It doesn't work for most customers. There are companies that are serving urban consumers, more middle income, let's say lower middle income consumers that can operate more commercially, but we will never get to clean cooking for all without significant subsidy of some kind, however you want to call it. And on the carbon side, I mean, there's all kinds of challenges and discussions around integrity of carbon credits. There's the, sort of coming Article 6.2, 6.4 markets, but there's a lot of innovation occurring around how do we generate higher quality credits, how do we pre-finance, because ultimately, if you have the buyers for the credits, that's a big step, right? That's really important, but you also need to convince investors, banks, funds like ours, equity investors, that it's worth taking the risk to develop the project that will ultimately yield the credits. And there's all kinds of, let's say, financial, to your point, Radia, financial engineering and structuring that needs to be done that's also very high transaction cost in order to get these projects, to financial close. And we're working on that, and I think that was one of the reasons to set up a fund that's really focused on this space, because if we weren't focused on this space, we would go do something easier. It's really challenging to invest in clean cooking, but I mean, we see a lot of opportunity, and obviously from an impact standpoint, it's a hugely impactful sector. Maybe I'll leave it there.
Yeah, thank you very much. Actually, I'm working on a report on the clean cooking for the LDCs and looking to the innovative solution when it comes to financing. And what you did mention showed that I was impressed by the different example in the African continent when it comes to looking to, for example, applying blockchain solutions at small scale. And really, you see how really communities, when you think that they don't have the skills and the capacity to really just use this kind of solutions, but you can actually implement them. And then it comes to how to upscale all of that, and how to bring all the community, as the example you did mention, really how to make it at scale, because it's really about innovative solutions, what I call financial solutions, but it's finance engineering solutions. At the end of the day, it's all the puzzle of that we need to create in order to upscale the investment. And that's why, since we are within the framework of the Council of Engineering, and although I'm an engineer by background, but also you are engineering financial aspect as well. So, and always when you speak about the energy transition and the summation of the energy system, specifically in the African continent, we speak about the lack of infrastructure, obviously the investment, but also the skills that we need. The skills that we need at all sectors, but let's focus on the engineering part. So maybe this question, actually, we take it from different, I want to hear from all of you, but maybe I start with you, Noah, with the way you see it. How we need to, what are the skills that we need to work on them from the engineering perspective in order to build the capacity that they help us to implement such innovative integrated solutions that are cross-cutting? It's not just about the energy sector.
To be honest, I don't know how to wrap that up into just picking a specific skill and say that this is it. This is what we really need to introduce. But I've seen what capacity development, specifically when it comes to technical knowledge on clean energy technologies or just energy technologies, whether it's a training on installation, on grid maintenance, grid development, grid innovation, has really played a very big role, specifically for Kenya, to the point where Kenya has gotten to the point where it's close to almost over 75% national coverage for electricity. Obviously, it's still lagging behind when it comes to just ensuring that everybody truly has access and has access throughout the year, because that now brings into question the stability of our grids as a country, and also just the technologies that can just push it to the last mile. So I see a future where we really need to teach on innovation. Just literally start a way of how we can rigorously innovate various kinds of technologies that can be incorporated within the energy sector. I don't know how you can spark or teach innovation, but then maybe putting people in real life examples of how to just create or rather rethink innovation or rethink models of delivery. I don't know if
I mean, I really like it when you say that how catching on innovation, and obviously it comes all about the change in the curriculum vitae bit at different level of university. That's why I wanted to hear from Samida, since this is obviously your area of intervention, I would say, and you've been familiar maybe, of course, yes, to see how the student community have changed the way they think, the needs of the markets, and the gap that exists between what the universities provide, research institutions within the universities and research center, compared to what the private sector and the markets need. So how, from your perspective, and we remain in the African continent, we can really look at what's the innovative solutions that we need to build the capacity of the students at universities?
Yeah, well, that's a fantastic question. And I think the universities are going through changes that they have not experienced in hundreds of years. And that's because of many reasons, partly because you have other players when it comes to education, you have other players in the market, but also because what you said, that sometimes there is not a good match maybe with how the education is formed and what the needs are. You know, I'm in systems engineering in Cornell. We are one of the 5 programs in the United States. And what do we do? What do we teach in systems engineering? We have engineers from many different backgrounds. And the point is to understand first that the challenges that we have today, they are not, you know, narrow challenges, that they are complex challenges. Like we have seen, climate is a very complex challenge. Energy, which is deeply correlated, and a climate problem is, you know, the rent we paying the rent for not including low carbon in the specification of the energy solutions that we have worked with, because we were not as aware as we are today. But we teach to bring together stakeholders. How do you actually implement a project that has so many facets? And I think on the side of the project developers and the funders, to understand that you cannot design a project too strict, too narrow. You have to allow, you know, I have a project funded by the Innovation Agency in Sweden, and it was the best funder I've ever had, because they were pragmatic and realized that we had a project, we had a structure, we were making a lot of progress according to the structure we created, but they did not give us a hard time with long reports and things. They wanted to see that things were happening on the ground, that it was really having impact, and it did. And then I would like to bring this now to the example of biogas again, because it's such a big question, and then to the context of Africa, where I think many universities still have the model that they have inherited from colonial times. And we need the university to be much more on the ground, engaged directly in developing the topic, in addressing, for example, from biogas, the contextualization is so important, and then you work with the university for that contextualization, for the monitoring, for the evaluation of impacts at in different aspects, and then the university has a different role, and we have seen this in a partnership I have in Brazil, in a city, how we as academics also answered for the continuity of the projects beyond one project, because we have the education as our role, and then we can pass that knowledge to different people. But really working together, the university, the policymakers at the local level, and in the case of the biogas, we need to work with the farmers. And I think the farmers can learn. You know, I remember when we started payment system in Sweden in cell phone, and we laughed when the Swedish researchers found out the Maasai were already using it, because there was no bank. So they were already using it before. So I think that people are smart. They will learn when they see that the impact on their lives is there. And as we see agri-food activities, the emissions from agri-food is increasing very fast now. And I think the plug-in of the biogas and solutions in the rural areas as we develop the agri-food industry is a very interesting plug-in. So not looking at clean cooking and energy as something that comes separately and apart or before, but comes together. And that is also income generating and opening other opportunities.
Yeah, thank you very much. And as you did mention, and I think UNIDO is an example of UN institution also that look at integrated solutions, specifically with the agri-food industry. And speaking about the capacity building and how really to bridge the gap between what we have at the universities and the project that we undertake, which what the private sector, the markets need, but also in somehow the sustainability of this kind of project, but the donors have a key role in order to maintain all of that. And not all donors have, I would say, strategic, I would say, thinking in terms of integrated solutions. And maybe since we spoke with the Water Energy Food Nexus, and they think part of the discussion that we had is how really to encourage that the curriculum in the universities, that electrical engineer, industrial engineer, and I recall when I was in the university as an industrial and petroleum engineering, I didn't know about the Water Energy Food Nexus, for example. And when implementing field projects like that within the UN system, I learned more about the food safety, agriculture practices, and the Water Energy Food Next implement the field, and all of that, it's a continuous process. But speak about capacity building and also continue the engineering perspective and innovation in order to address the access gap. Also from a finance aspect, this is also I want to hear from Peter, because one of the things that we've seen in terms of addressing the access gap is really how to build the capacity of financial institutions to understand the issues of clean cooking, for example, as an example, in order to basically the policymakers, the private sector, to speak the same language. So from your perspective, what's you think that it's needed to be done in this aspect?
That's a good question. I mean, there's definitely capacity gaps amongst financial institutions in various aspects. I think that it's a really tough question. I think you know, it depends at what level. So obviously we're working with different levels of financial institutions, from MFIs that are financing consumers to commercial banks that are financing the same sorts of companies that we would lend to, that we would invest in. And there are different challenges as to why MFIs aren't, you know, necessarily financing or creating the right loan products to finance clean cooking solutions, for example, or energy access solutions more broadly, biogas, solar home systems, cook stoves, whatever the case may be. And some of that relates to lack of knowledge. Some of that relates to just sheer economics. You know, it may make more sense for their business model to finance, you know, to provide other sorts of loans. There are lots of reasons why financial institutions aren't lending to companies in the space, in the energy space, sort of broadly. And some of it has to do with the immaturity of the business models, the relatively innovative nature of the business models. Banks aren't venture capitalists. They don't love innovation. They love proven cash flow, stable kind of companies. They'd rather finance a company that builds roads than is doing all kinds of technology-enabled clean cooking, right? So there are gaps in terms of capacity, in terms of knowledge, in terms of building the right partnerships. But some of it just comes down to the pure sort of the risk and the return aspects, right? Again, I mentioned before that many of these business models just aren't very profitable, right? And nor would you want them to be, right? You wouldn't want to have wildly profitable business models selling, you know, cook stoves to the poorest people in the world, right? This shouldn't be a super profitable, exciting business model in a sense. But when you don't have the track record that banks want to see, and the ability for these companies to provide debt to these companies at an attractive rate for them, and they find other more attractive lending opportunities, that's why then the capital doesn't flow. So I think maybe I'll leave it there.
Please.
I wanted to comment on this because I think that project finance, once, as you said, once you've proven a concept for project finance, then it trickles down. We have seen this for wind power. Until the financial sector did not understand the project finance. And then it peaked very quickly because project finance for wind power is relatively simple. But when you come to biomass-based, it gets very complicated. And I think this is one of the reasons why for biomass, the project finance, you have more stakeholders, you have more risk in different ends. And yeah, oh, it's on the feedstock side, it's the technology side, it's the users. So it's too kind of fluid, and then the financial sector doesn't like. So I think one of the gaps could be also to look at ways in which the financial sector can create models that can trickle down in an effective way to the local level. In collaborating for, so that you have the scale, because usually the financial models like the some sort of scale, and then you have the scale, and then how you break this down in a meaningful way. And I think it was mentioned today earlier in the panels we were on how carbon markets could perhaps be one trigger for kind of pushing for solutions in that direction.
Yeah, and still that we need engineers also in the financial institutions. It comes that we did a regional forum climate finance, and I was impressed by one of the banks, how they have the sustainability programs, and they do have engineers. This is the sustainability program that come up in the banks, and it helps them basically to see things differently, understand the technical aspect, understand how you implement projects and the specificity of the rural context and integrated solutions. Maybe before giving the floor to Anna, I would like to see if we can take, we have any questions from the floor. Since engineering, it's about energy and energy, I mean, it's about all the positive energy that we can get to power the African continent. Can I have a question from the floor? Because I still have one question before giving the floor to Anna. Yes, please.
Yeah, thanks to all the speakers. Very great discussion. I mean, a few things that came into my mind. I mean, I think one was primarily if there might be comments, I mean, about the very high cost of finance for developing countries, which I think is a very well-known and acknowledged barrier. And the other one, in relation more particularly to the clean cooking fuels, is fossil fuel subsidies, which remain absolutely huge and could be extremely possibly painful thing to get rid of in developing countries for the poorest people, but absolutely essential in terms of the energy and climate transition.
Your name, please?
Ed Byers from YASA.
It's on, yeah. Other comment or question from any youth here represented here? Nothing? Yeah, thank you very much, because actually when you speak about engineering from all the different pillars of work, capacity building and finance, and then integrated solutions specifically in the African continent, I would just say that innovation really at cross-cutting when you speak of the African continent, and a huge potential of case studies and really projects that were implemented and that we did. Maybe one of the things that we need to work on it is really the dissemination of this kind of business model, because certainly when you research the work that you've done, the private sector implementing the African continent, the financial institutions, you witness this kind of solutions, and you witness how we have the community, we have the enablers, but we just need to have a push in order to give more attention to this continent in terms of access to finance, and also understanding of the needs to invest in the large-scale infrastructure as well. So maybe in order to have
yes, I have to say that on the dissemination of the information, I'll send Peter my paper from the set on the biogas in small scale, so that next time you will have also an example of the small-scale biogas in
I
Africa.
will do. I don't have the right to say that, but I will also disseminate what we did in the region, the integrated business model that we did in the Arab region, and obviously look at really a similar example, but really in the conflict areas, and how we really can have, from engineer perspective, really smart solutions. And yeah, Peter have something to share with us as well.
Maybe I'll just touch on your point about the high cost of capital for developing countries. It's definitely an issue and a challenge. I think so when we invest, we look at first the sovereign risk, the risk associated with the country, and then we layer on top the risk associated with that particular company, that particular borrower, if we're doing a debt investment. And so you have both elements, and certain countries are more risky, certain countries are less. And then, of course, when we're talking about this sector, you have companies that have thin balance sheets that are not particularly profitable, if at all, that have relatively short track records. And so the combination of, political instability in many of the markets that we're investing in, other, sort of macroeconomic challenges associated with the countries, layer on top all of the micro sort of company-specific challenges, that all adds up to a significant sort of risk profile and therefore cost of capital. When we obviously think about what is our loss rate, right? How is our portfolio going to perform given all of these risk factors? And then the returns that we need to deliver to our investors, right? So that's just, I'm giving our example, which cuts across all the investors, right? Everybody kind of has to take into account the cost of their capital and then the risk profile of their deployment and all of that. But I think that there is a lot of truth to the fact that it really is a mix of real and perceived risk, right? Africa is risky, but it's thought of as being more risky than it actually is, right? And especially if you're structuring your investments well, if you're doing things right, Africa and these markets are not as risky as a lot of foreign capital sees them as being. What's really needed, especially at the early stage, is local capital. There's a dearth of local risk capital. And of course, when it's a business model or a sector that's not very attractive financially, if you think about impact investors, where are most impact investors? They're coming from London, Amsterdam, San Francisco. They're not in Nairobi and Joburg, and those guys are more commercial investors, right? And so, but those are the investors that actually need to be investing at the early stage in these innovative business models. They know the markets, they're closer to the entrepreneurs, and that's how it works, right? Local investors invest at the early stage. So I think that's another element to the sort of high cost of capital, because you're relying on foreign capital in a lot of cases.
Yeah, that's why we need more to build the capacity to local institutions and really to invest and have the role of the public institutions of the government in order to make this possible and reduce the cost. And that's why we make it on the sustainability part and the ESG performance for all of banks and specifically the local banks. But this is all debate, we can continue on it, but let's remain on the Council of Engineering and the role that can bring to the Sustainable Development Agenda in the African continent. Over to you, Anna.
Is it working? Yeah, thank you, Ria. Well, first of all, thanks everyone for being here. I just want to thank everyone in the audience here and everyone that's joining us virtually for sharing this space with us. And of course, thank you to all the incredible panelists. It surely has been one of like a very engaging and insightful discussion that I'm sure will lead some spark of thoughts in the next couple of days for everyone here. So as we have seen today and as we have known, and we will continue to see Africa and as in the rest of the world, we are seeing the devastating consequences of the climate change and the whole situation that we're in. We also know that Africa is one of the regions that produce the less percentage of total global carbon emissions. And on top of that, it is a region that has a lot of potential in terms of renewable resources, especially solar and wind. So if we see all of this, it puts Africa in a very strategic and yet challenging situation to be at. And the discussions that we had today, I hope, like my hope with this is that they give us a reminder of that every challenge is also an opportunity. And I hope that we get out of this today and then tomorrow after the whole day with that in mind. And I hope we take this as an opportunity to change this and to, not only in Africa, but in the rest of the world, see this as a new opportunity for transformation and change. So I think just to wrap it up, what we saw today, what we discussed today, for Africa specifically, we do need 3 things that I would prioritize, and I would just like you guys to leave that on top of your minds. So first of all, of course, it's very relevant to the panel, technology. We do need technology. We need to keep investing in technology. Technology not only reduces costs, but also accelerates the transition. And we know we are against the clock in every single matter related to climate change. Second of all, we need financing, as we just talked about. We need a lot of financing. We need to especially keep fostering and implementing innovative financial instruments in the different markets. They need to address both local and international capital, and they need to implement the different technologies that we have in terms of financing for that. And then third of all, we need capacity building. So we need to actually empower local communities. It's not only necessary to leave them with the knowledge and with the tools without capacity building. Some of them failed situations, not only in Africa, but in the rest of the world, reflect that most of the cases, you have the solution and you give them the solution, either with technology or with a financial instrument, a new fund, and then it's not sustainable because you don't have the capacity to actually keep it going. So I would leave with that. Thank you again for being here, and I hope you enjoyed the discussion.
Thank you very much, and join me to thank all the panelists and for Santiago.